O Show. This is the Big 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 O Show.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CS, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
This is the Big O Show.
There's many ways to support our program, from subscribing and liking the show to visiting our terrific sponsors. Another way is using Cash App. If you would like to donate to the show and help us grow, download Cash App and search Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show. We appreciate your support as we continue to build the best sports show on the planet for South Florida sports fans. Support the Big O Show by using Cash App and donate to Cash Big O Show. Thank you for your incredibly loyal support.
This is the Big O Show.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines. There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Good morning. Yes, sir. It is a Wednesday. It is a hump day. Hope you all are doing well out there. I know if you're playing the crypto market, I know you're feeling pretty damn good right now. Anyway, welcome aboard. It's a Wednesday. We are ready to rock and roll like we always are. We got a bunch of stuff to do today. We got Alan Poupart going to join us later on the program, live from Chicago as the team. Well, and he'll join us in the afternoon at 12:30. So it'll be after practice against the Bears, after he's met with Flo, which I was going to say Spo. Flo is at 10 a.m. today, so he's going to have all the information from the coach. He's going to have all the information from practice, and so that's actually a really cool thing. So we'll get a live report from Chicago at 12:30, and we'll see what happens. Maybe we got some good news. As it is, Uber Beaner is already with Ada to the moon, baby. Yeah, it's like at 180 or something like that, I think it is. 184. Cardano right now, it is absolutely flying. 187 right now. It's gone up since I last checked it out. Polygon has exploded. It's at 139. I mean, life is good, man. Life is good. And those of you that hung in there, okay, that's the other thing, that the last couple of months, right? All that FUD was going on. What did I tell you guys? Don't believe any of that FUD. Keep buying the dip, because it's going to come back. And when it comes back, it's going to go to all-time highs again. And there'll be another volatile dip like there always is with crypto, but it won't go as low as it went this time. And so the next time that, Bitcoin drops, the bargain will be at 48,000, not 28,000. You know what I mean? That's just kind of the way it's going to work out. And so those of you that hung in there strong and you hodled and you bought more Cardano or Polygon or Bitcoin or Ethereum or VeChain or Stellar or whatever it is that you bought, and even Stellar started to move a lot more yesterday. So that's actually really, really good. So yes, I am with you, Uber Beaner. Yes, it is awesome to see the way the crypto market has absolutely, bounced back. And those of you that panicked and sold and lost, I feel terrible for you. I really do. Look, I'm not a financial, advisor or anything like that. I tell you that all the time because I want to make sure you know that if you're actually investing in the stock market, in the crypto market, obviously we're all taking gambles here. We're all, you know what I mean? But I feel pretty good when it comes to crypto because I feel like I do my homework, and I thoroughly do my homework, believe it or not. Every day I'm studying this crap, so I kind of feel good. So the coins that I usually invest in have been doing pretty well because they're pretty good companies. Although this new infrastructure bill, I don't know exactly what's going to happen with this new infrastructure bill. I don't think it's really going to affect us as much as it is going to affect and the infrastructure, but it still could change. There's still some things. We had one representative from Alabama that effed everything up. Just a greedy asshole that wanted more money into the military. And if you don't fund my military, I'm not going to, approve your crypto bill. And so you couldn't have one senator decline. And he was the only idiot that declined from Alabama. And so he kind of ruined it, but still it goes now, to the House, and we'll see what they do with it. And it still could be changed, and they still could alter some things. I don't know how much it'll hurt us per se. It's going to hurt more the developers, the DApp guys, the miners, things like that it's really going to set them back. So I don't know how much it'll affect us. And then obviously it's for transactions over $10,000 too. So those of you that are really big money people, I'm not one of those, but then yes, it might be something that affects. But again, it's way they're going to, this bill will be discussed and argued and debated in the fall. So there's still a ways to go before we do any kind of panicking. You know what I mean? So it's we got to wait for more information. But man, right now, the crypto market is just going to start flying. And I told you guys that, there's less Bitcoin and less Ethereum in the crypto currency exchanges right now. And there isn't a lot that's floating because people are buying Ethereum and buying Bitcoin and staking it. And they're hodling. Over 60% of Bitcoin hasn't moved. And everybody is just buying Ethereum and staking it. And for those of you that don't understand what staking is what you do over a 1 or 2 or 3 month period, or maybe even 6 months also, where they use your coin for loans basically, and you gain interest from those coins. In other words, so you're making extra money off of your coins. Not only are they going up in value, like right now, and if you're staking, and let's say you staked $100 or $1,000 of a coin, but right now like Cardano, it's gone up a whole bunch. So maybe you have 1,000, it's really worth 1,400. So now you're not staking 1,000, you're staking 1,400. So as it goes up in value, the more you're actually staking and getting more interest on that money. So you're actually, that's the beauty of digital currency. It can work for you in multiple ways, something that the stock market cannot. It's a whole different ball game that way. You can't just stake your stocks. It's not done that way. So this is a great way of making extra income for you off of crypto. And right now it is just absolutely soaring, man. So those of you that hung in there, you are definitely benefiting in a big time way. All right, so we got a lot of things to talk about. Remember, at 10 o'clock at the top of the hour, it is Inside the Paint. Ira Winderman, Clay Ferraro. We'll do it from 10 to 11. Lots of things to talk about for the boys. Obviously, all the changes with the Miami Heat and everything that they've done. And, I wanted to talk about something that I saw yesterday with the Miami Heat. And I think it's a perfect time to talk about it because obviously we've got the boys coming up at the top of the hour. And I saw the press conferences for PJ Tucker and Markieff Morris. And, they were talking about the Heat culture and everything that's gone on with this franchise in a way, and how they were well aware of what Heat culture is. And I think it was Markieff Morris was saying that, when he talked to Spo, that Spo told him, hey, this is not a place for everybody. And he was, well aware of the history of the Miami Heat and that culture that's in place. And I thought it was really cool because this is, it's something that none of us should actually underestimate. You know what I'm saying? This is something that we should all appreciate. And it's impressive because it's something that you want to establish, like the San Antonio Spurs have established, like the New England Patriots established for many, many years, like the Tampa Bay Lightning have established. There's when you're able to win on a consistent basis. Don Shula had it here with the Miami Dolphins for many, many years, many decades, actually, a couple decades, right? Like 3 decades. So he had a consistency. It doesn't mean that you have to win the title every year or anything like that, but it means that you're usually a winning team. You're probably winning division titles on a regular basis. You're probably getting to conference finals. You're occasionally getting to some, NBA, NHL, Major League Baseball finals, whatever it is that you want to call it. Or, you're a runner-up or you're a champion every once in a while. That's part of what we call culture, because there's a level of consistency that comes with it. And we as fans, right, we expect the Seattle Seahawks and Russell Wilson to be good, right? Because that's the culture that's been set in place since Russell Wilson took over for the Seahawks. Up until last year, Sean Payton and Drew Brees, you could count on that team being competitive, being really good, being a playoff team, having a chance to win a title, being in the conversation, all of those things. And the Miami Heat have enjoyed that since Pat Riley got here. Since Pat Riley got here, basketball began to matter. Since Pat Riley has been here, basketball now matters. Since Pat Riley has been here, basketball is right up on the heels of football in this town, which is, that's saying a lot. And that's part of the culture. That's part of, that when you're going to play for the Miami Heat, you got to work hard. You got to play hard on both sides of the court. You got to be dedicated with your body. There's so many things that come with it. That's why it's not for everybody, because they don't have the same kind of discipline with the Washington Wizards or the Orlando Magic. That's why they have failed to develop a culture. And I found it to be really interesting. And I loved the fact that you have total strangers that are aware of the culture in Markieff Morris, right, and PJ Tucker, and they know of it from a distance. They know of it from other players that have been a part of it, I'm sure, and they've talked to him. Markieff talked about how he always works out here in the off seasons. And my point is, from all of this. Yeah, it's cool for the Miami Heat, but we already take it for granted, right? Because we expect it. But what I love about it is this, if you're sitting in Davie, this is what you want to accomplish. You want to get back to what Shula had. You want to get to where the Miami Heat are. And I think Flo and company, along with the Panthers, are the two teams that are on their way to doing that. I think now with Bill Zito in place, last year he brought a level of toughness to this team and respectability that I think it translated on the ice finally. And there was a change of attitude and toughness and character by the Panthers. They always had athletes and talent to score and things like that, but they lacked toughness and they got pushed around. And they brought that toughness to the table with certain players that Zito brought on, which then influences others, and it's a trickle-down effect. And I think the Panthers, winning 2 against the eventual champions, and by the way, beating them in the regular season series, it shows that they have made some progress when you're playing the best team on the planet. Hey, we could argue that the Panthers might have played them the toughest out of their run in the playoffs, pretty much, right? So the Panthers are on their way. I think Flo and the Dolphins in the first 2 years here are on their way to establishing a culture. Are they there yet? Of course not, because you've got to do it over a matter of years. You've got to be a consistent performer when it comes to something like this. But I love the fact that you see what happens with Markieff Morris and PJ Tucker, and every other player around the league knows about the Heat culture, knows that if you go play for San Antonio and Pops, there's a discipline you got to expect to live up to a standard. And if you don't, Pops is going to let you know about it, right? And there's nothing wrong with that because Pops is, he's got the stripes. He's earned it. He's got the rings. He can do these kind of things, and so can Spo, and so can Pat Riley above him. You know what I mean? And this is the part that if you're Inter Miami and you're the Marlins, you want players like PJ Tucker and Markieff Morris when they're added to your team that they're talking about that culture that's in place. And obviously, the Miami Marlins and Inter Miami are light years away from that. They're not even anywhere near any kind of culture right now. Okay? They're both, minor league at this point. They haven't even figured out how to win on a consistent basis. All right? So let's just, leave it at that. But the Panthers and the Dolphins are the ones that are the next level teams that are developing that. And if you're the other teams in town, that's what you want right there. Because that's what, and when I look at this Heat team, yeah, I'm worried about the ages. I'm worried about down the line. But I will tell you this. I'm looking forward to this season. Because the same way this upcoming season, the same way they caught lightning in a bottle 2 years ago in the bubble, this is a team that could actually catch lightning in a bottle. Now, do I think long term this is a team that but I understand the Heat really had no choice. They weren't going to get any young superstars. There was no Bradley Beal to be acquired. That wasn't going to happen. They don't have the resources to acquire Bradley Beal anyway, and there's 10 other teams that can offer way better packages for Bradley Beal. So they had no shot at any real young superstar to really restart this franchise. So this is a shot in the dark, and you're hoping that you can catch lightning in a bottle. And in a way, hey, the Nets are injury prone as hell. Durant's injury prone. Kyrie Irving's injury prone. And, James Harden goes to too many strip clubs. So, anything can happen with that bunch. Yes, those three guys can outscore you if they're healthy and on the court and all that good stuff. But I don't know about the toughness factor of that team compared to Miami. It's one thing I know that they put together a tough-ass squad. And if these old guys can get to the playoffs, like I told Ira yesterday, look out, man. Look out. Because they can play the kind of defense. I don't think they'll be able to play the kind of defense we're expecting 2, 3 years, 4 years from now, as they get older, that might be but this year, where they're at their youngest that they're going to be in this group, you never know, man. You just never know. And like I told Ira yesterday, as much as I'm concerned about the ages and the salaries and all the risk that the Heat took in all of this, you can't deny the fact that this is going to be a mentally tough team, a physically tough team. Markieff Morris and PJ Tucker were talking about how, they know the roster now, and they look at it and they go, well, we got a lot of like-minded guys that want to play defense, that want to play hard on that side of the court. And when you have that kind of attitude already, that means you have a lot of guys that have the same kind of character. See, the last couple of years, Miami is developing players and trying to develop their toughness and trying to help them become defensive players. And trying to make Tyler Hero or Duncan Robinson a defensive player or Kendrick Nunn, man, that's a mission, because they all suck at defense. I mean, they suck at defense. We love that Duncan can shoot the hell out of the ball, but, man, he can't play a lick of defense. He can't even get in your way. All right? And Tyler's even worse. I think Tyler's lazy on defense, put it that way. I think Tyler shows me no edge on defense. While he has his little scowl and all that stuff for shooting and he's aggressive, no cojones on defense. But now they got lots of cojones. They added a whole bunch of cojones. And that's where this whole thing changes. You know what I mean? And I especially enjoyed those press conferences yesterday because it shows the work of Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra and company and what they've done for 25 years here and what they've established, and it's been impactful. You know what I mean? And that's why you can get these guys to come here and say, you know what, I'll give it a chance, man. I'll run with Lowry and I'll run with Butler. Those guys are tough guys, man. And you know what? That's what I am. And I'm PJ Tucker, and I can help out. And I saw what those guys can do. I can make a difference. And here's Markieff Morris. And so all of a sudden, and it's not like either guy is an all-star, but you're adding two dogs that can play defense and do a lot of things as role players. They're not anchors, but they're role players, and they're going to be important role players because of the skill sets that they bring to the table. But I loved that whole culture thing, how it stood out, because it's something that we all talk about. You know what I mean? But it's not just a thing that we created. It's not this thing, this hashtag Heat culture that we put out and we say, oh, well, that's just a Miami thing that we just want to be homers. No, this is something that's real, tangible. As intangible as it really is, it's literally tangible in the eyes of many. You know what I'm saying? Because it isn't intangible, but it feels like a tangible. And that's because they've created that. And I hope that it influences others. Listen, the Dolphins want to win regardless of the Heat, and Inter wants to win regardless of the Heat and all that good stuff. So they're not motivated by what they do. That I understand. But when it comes to that word exists in certain teams. And so that's the question. Can the Panthers get to the point where they have that culture? Can the Dolphins get to that point where they have that culture? That's the real question. Okay? Inter Miami and the Miami Marlins, they've got a lot to prove before we can even talk about that they're even close to that kind of word, that kind of atmosphere for their team right now. Because there is no confidence in anything that they're doing right now, unfortunately, because of everything that's actually happened. You know what I mean? But I wanted to talk about that today because I thought that was something impactful that I saw from those press conferences yesterday with Markieff Morris and PJ Tucker. And in the end, I was like, man, this Heat season could be interesting. If the old men can stay healthy, it might be a scary bunch that actually gets after them. I appreciate those of you out there already tuning in. Thank you. Because as always, remember on Wednesdays, every day we start at 10 a.m., but on Wednesdays, we like to start off a half hour early because the boys come on at 10 a.m. And I think it's, I think it's my responsibility to kind of warm up the seat for the boys and get things going here and get the momentum flowing a little bit. And then, of course, the boys can start off here at 10 a.m. So lots of Heat and NBA talk I'm sure they're going to have. They'll be joining us for a little crossover in a couple of minutes. Let me see what we got on the chat board here. Ian from Brooklyn is the first one today. How about that? Steve Chapman got beat out today. Is Steve all right? I want to make sure Steve is. Oh, there he is. Okay. All right. Steve is all right. Okay. All right. I just want to, because, he's got he had a culture developing as the guy. You know what I'm saying? He had that culture. So Ian from Brooklyn, hello. Jose Celderon, hello. Isais says, good morning, Big O. Coach Flo had amazing podcast with Chris Collinsworth. Very insightful. I'll check it out. Chapman said, good morning, Big O. A little late this morning, but check it in and smashing buttons anyway. Thank you, Steve. Love you, brother. Uber Beaner is there. He's Ada happy right now. Ender Fireplace says, Big O, South Florida Sports Authority. I don't know about that, but I'm a South Florida sports loving fan, brother, and I'm dedicated to all our teams down here. So that I can tell you. I don't know about the authority, but I definitely love my teams down here and love my South Florida area. Call of Duty is in. He goes, Ada, I got 1K. Nice. Way to go, Call of Duty. That's going to pay off for you so much, dude. Ada is going to explode now. When these smart contracts kick in now over the next month, and this Gogan is installed, it's going to jump, I think, over $3. I think it's going to go to $3 to $4, and Ada's going to keep pumping, man. Ada's kind of the Ada is, it's probably the next level of Ethereum, and so that's, the layer 2 stuff. They might be a little bit ahead of Ethereum. Ethereum is obviously right now, business wise, they're so established and they're way ahead of Cardano. But now, Charles and company are going to start catching up now, and they've got so much room to grow that Ada eventually, it'll get to a point in a couple years where Ethereum will level off and Ada will start to challenge it in the total price. Right now, no. And right now, Ethereum is going to kick Bitcoin's ass. That's why I've invested 3 times the amount of Ethereum that I have in Bitcoin in my portfolio, because I saw that Ethereum has so much more to grow. When you invest in something that has a smaller market cap, you've got way more potential to grow your money. That's why VeChain, I've been very positive on VeChain for many months now, and telling you, hey, get it now, because when it goes up to $1 and you bought it at 7, 8, or 9 or 10 cents, then you're 9 timing your money. That's pretty damn good. So enjoy your Ada, my brother. Cardano's going to fly from here on out. Felix Soto is in. Let's see. Tua can get dividends on some stocks, though. Yeah, true. You can. John Rouse is in the house. Mr. Ethereum is in the house. Derek Cotton 13 is in. Yeah, the International Black Man is in the house, baby. International Black Man, I don't know if we're going to go to a concert soon. Boy, it looks like they're starting to close them down again. Tell you. IBM and I were at that final Rush concert. I don't know when I'll visit you again in Tampa, my brother, for the next concert. Herman Cueva is in. Ray Grullon in. Catracho 1978. Appreciate all of you chiming in as always. Remember, you can reach out on Twitter at Big O Show. We always have our Twitter page open. Let's see what Lee Michael Morrison says. Ridiculous fans love the jawing and celebrations. I was in the lower bowl end zone at Joe Robbie Stadium when Grant and Wilson high-fived running for the touchdown. It was awesome. Now, that might be taunting penalty. Oh, crap. Yeah, I know the new taunting stuff. We're getting back to not having fun. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the little taunting. Come on, bro. Give me a break. Let's have some fun. Let them, as long as it's nothing physical or any kind of altercation. But, busting each other's balls a little bit. Don't you do it in street ball? You know what I'm saying? So it's just one of those things. I don't know why people would overreact to something like that, but it is what it is. Anyway, we are going to get ready for the boys here at the top of the hour. Ira Winderman, Clay Ferraro is ready to rock here at the top of the hour. The boys are already locked and loaded. How you doing, fellas? You doing all right?
Hey, I didn't realize you let me in the room already. We are good. Have to, I guess, get the camera adjusted here a little bit.
A little crossover. Yes, sir, Clay?
I could say I'm doing better than Ira. It's what, 6:55? It's 6:55 where you are in Vegas right now?
You know what?
That man is grinding.
Clay, as bad as it might be for me, think about the people in the hotel rooms on the other two side here in Vegas. Because I'm pretty sure I am not getting up for work when most people are just hitting the hay right now. So the worst place to be when I do morning radio shows is a room on the left side or the room on the right side.
Quick story similar to that. My first live shot that I ever did down here when I got here was at the AAA. The big three were here. So, I mean, we went live at every single Miami Heat game. And so my first day, they sent me out to do a live shot there, talking about baptism by fire. But I'm standing there, and on one side, I've got Joe Rose. On the other side, I've got Steve Shapiro.
Oh, that's it.
So I go to start talking for my first live shot in Miami. And I'm pretty sure the producer and everybody on television could hear Joe Rose through my microphone better than they could hear me. So,
I personally think Joe Rose is Cuban. I mean, no, seriously. I mean, as loud as he is, he's got to be from my part of the world, man. I'm saying,
So like Ira, I think the two rooms next to Ira right now probably feel like what I felt like on my first live show. Joe's awesome. I mean, everybody's so nice, but I just remember you're already I don't say intimidated, but a little nervous, getting started in a new place. Of course. Go to talk, and then all of a sudden it's oh my goodness, what was that sonic boom? Oh, it's Joe Rose right next to me. So,
you know, fellas, I was talking about this before you came on because I watched the press conferences with PJ and with Markieff. And, while I might be a little concerned about the ages down the line, this coming year might be really interesting with the Heat with all these guys. But one of the things that I think resonated for me, and it should resonate around town, is when Markieff and PJ were talking about the culture and joining this team and how happy they were with the same kind of minded guys that are on this team and those kind of things. And I said, this is also a nice example for the Panthers and the Dolphins, who I think are on their way to kind of developing that culture. But the Marlins and Inter Miami also can look at the Heat as that example of this is what we want. We want not only to develop our own culture, but it's one that spreads all over the league and everybody else knows about it. Like we know San Antonio, like we know the Tampa Bay Lightning, like several other teams that have developed their own culture in their own sports, just like Don Shula had it here for many decades. I thought, to me, that was one of the things that stood out, that if you're one of the other teams in town, you got to say, that's what we want.
I'm glad you said that, because I want to get into this because I know we're about to start our portion of the show here, and maybe we'll start off the top with that, because I think there was this whole thing on social media from people outside Miami, and I'm talking about people who have national shows and local shows, all Heat fans think that players are going to Miami because of the culture, not because of the lack of state tax and the beaches and all that. My point with all that was, look, yes, the beach. This is why we live here. Nobody is going to be insulted by the thought that you moved to South Florida because it's beautiful and you don't pay state tax. But when all things are equal, I do think that having that culture and having an identity matters a lot.
Of course. Ira?
I mean, look, do people go to the Marlins because it's South Florida? No, people don't go to the Marlins, or even honestly to the Panthers or to the Dolphins. So it's more than that. You know what? Players have their homes. They go home eventually. This is a place they spend the season at. Most Heat players, if you ask them, where do you live, where are you from, they'll tell you their off-season home anyway. So it's much more than that. Players don't want to waste their time. Their careers, I mean, look at a guy like Big O. He's been doing radio for 40-something odd years or whatever. He and probably, honestly, for another 10 or 15 also. Players know they have this tight window. They don't want to be wasting their time. I feel like a lot of the players, especially on the Marlins, who forced their way out of town, started realizing, I'm just spinning my head here. I'm not going anywhere. We're not moving forward. I think there was a time, and I think you'd agree with me, Big O, with the Panthers the same way, where they realized we're just stuck in the mud with this franchise. There's a new owner every 5 minutes. There's a new coach. It's never the same. So, yeah, I think people sort of point to the no state income tax, to the warm weather, especially for a winter sport. And yes, it does factor in. But players whose careers are 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, maybe 10 years, with the Udonis Haslem, the outlier, they want to make the most of their careers. They want to feel every day they show up to practice, they show up to the games, that it's a worthwhile endeavor. I think that's what the Heat gives you. They're not playing for second place. They're not playing for lottery picks. They did that probably once that I remember. Oh, we both endured that. The Kasib Powell season to get, Derrick Rose, but wind up with Michael Beasley. But otherwise, they come here because they want their time to be worthwhile.
Yep, I'm with you there all the way, and I thought that was impressive. The boys are coming up. They will entertain for the next hour. It's the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. That's next.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends. When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time for an hour of hardcore hoops with the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Let's get to the show basketball fans crave. Let's get inside the paint.
Welcome. Good Wednesday morning to you guys. Clay Ferraro here. Ira Winderman out in Vegas. Hey, Ira, where did you go? Which buffet did you hit up last night?
You know what? I've learned at a certain point. I got to tell you, I've learned at a certain point, you either eat healthy with this lifestyle of being on the road as much as I am, or you wind up in big trouble. I'm the opposite end of the spectrum, Clay. So I'm walking around yesterday. To try to eat healthy in this city has to be one of the hardest things in the world. So I go to a place down here in the hotel and I say, you know what? I got to eat some fruit. I got to eat healthy. I asked the guy, how much is that apple? Now, look, I am cheap and I admit it, but I am not paying $1.75 for an apple. So I walk the strip. I'm literally the guy walking the strip going from CVS and Walmart, rather Walgreens, just to get an apple for $1 and walk down the strip. So I learned a while ago, I always get an In-N-Out burger because we can't get them in South Florida.
Right.
They are freaking fantastic. Got to admit, I'm a White Castle guy. We don't have them in Florida. Stop by there also. And then there's a place, Pin Up Pizza here, which is right outside of Planet Hollywood, which has these huge slices. Like I think a pie is like $80, but it's fantastic. And that's sort of my place I always hit up also. So I try to keep it a little simple. But I got to tell you, with 19,000 games a day over at UNLV at the Thomas and Mack Center and Cox Pavilion, Heat practice yesterday, guys talking, Goran Dragic doing things, it's been so busy that basically, like, I know it doesn't sound like it. It almost sounds like I'm sort of a loser or something, but I basically wind up coming here, 1, to work in Vegas, and 2, to annoy people in the hotel rooms on both sides during the Pallet Rack City Miami Heat hour.
So it's just a little different. You're annoying people on both sides there, as opposed to annoying, everybody in the media scrum. No, we love Ira. Hey, so for the show today, I want to talk about where the Heat are, and we talked a bit about what they added last week and all that. But where do they fit now in the Eastern Conference? Mm-hmm. Well, I want to get into that coming up in a little bit. I also want to talk about the piece that you did in the Sun Sentinel about Gabe Vincent. I thought that was really good, and I also think that there's some precedent here for another player that Kyle Lowry has mentored and worked with in the past. Mm-hmm. And so I feel like there could be some correlation there because we know Gabe Vincent is going to work hard, and that could be a really nice relationship. But since you're out there, I want to take advantage of that and the fact that I think you're kind of on the ground floor right now for the NBA. And so what are you hearing right now out there as far as what are the perceptions of what the Heat did, and what are you hearing from the Heat organization about how they feel moving forward?
I'm going to be very honest, Clay. I was expecting to hear a lot more from the Heat organization. Out here, Andy Ellisberg is here, Adam Simon is here. But once, and I know this will be a big subject in one of our 4 segments here in the Pallet Rack City Miami Heat hour, but once the tampering thing started, I'm not going to approach them. Every word is monitored. Honestly, Clay, I'm being very careful not to even text them because now the NBA has the ability to dump telephones, to check text messages. And I got to be honest. There was a point in free agency when I was making a joke to someone involved in the process. This is last Monday, a week ago Monday. So at 6:01 p.m., I go, is it done yet? And then I cut and paste that in my text message 4 or 5 times. Yeah. So I sent a message, is it done yet? Is it done yet? Is it done yet? Is it done yet? As a joke. Well, now all of a sudden the NBA might not find that so funny as they're looking into the timing of Kyle Lowry. So honestly, I've given Andy, I've given Adam their space. I don't figure that this is a point to really bring anything up. And I think you will not hear from Pat Riley, who we have not since free agency, until this whole tampering, gun jumping, whatever you want to call it, thing, the timing thing is taken care of. And I respect that. You've got to watch your words these days because words honestly can get you in trouble.
Can we talk about how ridiculous this is? I mean, there was a report, I think it was Barry Jackson yesterday, that had the report that Kyle Lowry turned down $5 million more from the Pelicans to come to Miami. You really tell me that in the span of 5 minutes after 6 o'clock hit that day, that was when the Pelicans called with this offer and Lowry was like, nah, you know what? I'm good. So you're telling me that the Heat are the only team that had contact, and the Bulls are the only team that had contact with somebody before this whole thing began. I think the frustration is, you go back to last year, and you brought this up last week, by the way, with Bogdanovich and the deal getting nixed to go to Milwaukee. Look, they're not going to take back this deal. But ultimately, if the player gets what he wants, if the team gets what he wants, and the player had the ability to field offers from other teams, whether it happened at 6:01 or not, what difference does this whole thing make?
Well, the difference that it makes, and I knew we'd go on this tangent here, is if you don't have a starting line, and someone from involved with the league told me this, they use the phrase, it becomes the Wild West. And the league doesn't want the Wild West for this reason. 6:01 p.m. On August 2nd last week was the start of free agency negotiations. Everyone knows you start a little bit early. But if you keep moving that back and starting earlier, you're doing it during the NBA Finals, the NBA's ultimate showcase. You're doing it during games that actually matter. That's what the league is concerned about, that you're going to keep pushing this, that, well, if they're doing it 1 day before and they're doing it 2 days before and you keep backing it up. What I've said all along is, as long as a player is not under contract and is a free agent and the season is over, let them do it anyway. Because, Clay, you know this, and I know that your TV or whatever you're watching was on this at the time. At 6:01 p.m. on August 2nd, ESPN had a show. They're a partner with the NBA. NBA TV had a show. They're a partner with the NBA. They need programming. And as we mentioned last week, no sport in free agency, I believe, has as much of what started in baseball called the hot stove season as it does right now when you're looking at the NBA and what they're doing. So the NBA wants this. They encourage this. They facilitate this. They have their people talking to people ahead of time. So I think the whole gun jumping thing of talking to someone too early is overstated. But, and here's the thing. You might not agree on certain roads you're driving in South Florida that the speed limit should be 30 or the speed limit should be 55. You're driving down the road, you're going, why is it 55 in this section, not that section? But it's the law. And if something is the law, you have to obey the law. So I do think there is a chance of a loss of draft choices here. I do think there will be penalties. I think the fact that the NBA reached out to people and said we're investigating and sent out these letters, and someone did read one of the letters to me, and Kyle Lowry's name is in the letter, that yes, I think there will be penalties. They'll try to curb it. I think it's all a bunch of silliness. But again, you know what, Clay? And again, we're getting so tangential, and I love doing the show with you because of that, because we started A and we wind up at Z. Let me ask you a question. The Miami Heat traded Goran Dragic for Precious Achiuwa for Kyle Lowry. Are you okay with that deal? Those two players going out. Okay. And then let me just interrupt you for a second. What if the Miami Heat traded Goran Dragic, Precious Achiuwa, and a very low first-round pick? I think their pick next year will be in the late 20s. It actually belongs to the Nets. Would you still have been on board with that? Okay, and you know what? Stop there, because you're hemming and hawing, which means you're considering it. So ultimately, and this is my grand point here, and then I'll let you talk, is if the Heat ultimately wind up having to pay a price overall of Goran Dragic, Precious Achiuwa, and a late first-round pick for Kyle Lowry, if that turns out that there was tampering and they rule that the Heat loses their draft choice, I still think you can look at the trade and go, okay, not optimal, but damn, they need Kyle Lowry. They need a bulldog, and Jimmy Butler's turning 32, and they need to win now. I think ultimately that's how we in South Florida might have to look at this deal.
Well, let me tell you why I hemmed and hawed, because some aspiring Andy Ellisbergs on social media yesterday did a great job pointing out the fact that if you put the contracts together like a puzzle piece after they can be aggregated for some of these free agents that were signed, that obviously can't happen for a while, they still fit pretty nicely to potentially bring in somebody on a max deal. And the name that was thrown out a lot is Joel Embiid. So, but in order to do something like that, you would have to have the draft picks to make it happen. So in a vacuum, I would have no problem giving away an extra first-round pick to get somebody like Kyle Lowry here. But if it precludes you down the line from bringing in a potential star, then I think that's where it changes. But
Clay, it might not preclude you for this reason. The Heat have traded their 2023 first-round pick conditionally to the Oklahoma City Thunder as part of their machinations. So that's gone. Yeah. The NBA rule is you cannot trade successive future first-round picks. So the Heat can trade 22. But the league can take away 22.
That makes sense.
So in some ways, you're not going to lose a pick you could have traded anyway. You're just going to wind up, instead of drafting a player, which you would have had to. Now, you could have traded him at the draft, but that doesn't help you at the trading deadline. So that's a June thing when we get back on a normal schedule. So that's also a factor here. Maybe it's a second-round pick. That's what most people are telling me. They think precedent is second-round pick, maybe more of a fine than Milwaukee got last year. No offense to Mickey Harrison, but he might be able to find the pocket change there, in the console, between the front seats of his car, and the Heat will be fine. And the irony is, if they take a second-round pick, I don't think the Heat have one until 2027. So when Kyle Lowry is off in retirement, the Heat will lose a second-round pick then.
Last point on this, and I want to move on. Keep this in mind in the context of this investigation. These negotiations did not start. These negotiations didn't even legally start at 6:01 because you go back to February and the trade deadline.
Actually, March was the trading deadline.
Toronto was allowing the Heat, the Philadelphia 76ers, and I believe also the LA Lakers to talk to Lowry's reps about a contract.
Right, so about his expectations, right.
Right. It's very easy to explain this thing away by saying, look, okay, we may have had some contact, but it was allowed by the Toronto Raptors way back then. And we were talking with the Toronto Raptors about potential compensation way back then. So I just think that specific to I have no clue about the Lonzo Ball deal,
right?
But specific to the Heat, you can easily point at this and say these negotiations legally started months ago.
And that's the thing. And decisions come quickly. I remember a couple of years back, a young aspiring sportscaster by the name of Clay Ferrero was working on the west coast of Florida, and he had offers from Miami and Chicago and New York and LA, and they said, make a decision now. Clay, honestly, in business, sometimes you're on it, either do the deal or we're moving on to the next one. The point guard market was robust this year in free agency. So if a player didn't get the deal he wanted or a team didn't get the deal they wanted, they were going to move next. There was Kyle Lowry. As a matter of fact, I'll give you the perfect example. There was Kyle Lowry. There was Lonzo Ball. There was Spencer Dinwiddie. And then look what happened to a player who didn't act quickly. You know who I'm talking about. And all of a sudden yesterday, Dennis Schroeder winds up taking the taxpayer mid-level, basically a quarter of what he was expecting because he didn't act quickly. So let me ask you, who feels worse? Kyle Lowry, whose team might lose a second-round pick, Lonzo Ball, whose team might lose a draft choice, or Dennis Schroeder, who turned down like $80 million on an extension with the Lakers, thinking he would get more, winding up making maybe $9 million over the next 2 years in Boston if he picks up his option. So if you didn't act quickly, if you didn't, what's the expression? If you're not cheating, you're not trying. That's basically where we are right now with the Heat and the Bulls and the NBA. And if you want to play by the rules, you get left behind.
So I was fired up about this. This went a lot longer than I was anticipating. So let's hit a break. But I think what you said is going to lead perfectly into what we're going to talk about. So I think the Dennis Schroeder move to Boston really does help Boston a lot moving forward.
Oh, sure.
And so let's talk about where the Heat stand in the Eastern Conference. I want to go not necessarily team by team, but where they may fit into that picture seeding wise, but also what it means come playoff time, which is really all anybody cares about anyway. So we're going to get into that and a lot more coming up right here on Inside the Paint.
Reach out to Ira and Clay. Drop them an email at insidethepaint@yahoo.com. Chime in on the YouTube chat board. You're listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines. If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Welcome back to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Let's get back to the guys that just updated their email from Prodigy to AOL. Here's Ira and Clay.
Oh, yeah, that is what our internet sounds like. So if you see the thing starting to glitch a little bit, then you'll know why. Clay Ferraro here, Ira Winderman out in Vegas at the Summer League as we roll on here on Inside the Paint. Thank you guys for dropping some comments on here. Too Extreme asks, Ira, what do you truly think Kyle Lowry can bring to this Heat team? Do you guys think that he can be that dynamic key player to help this team win big? I'll start. I think he puts you in the conversation, and at this point, that's all you can really ask for.
Yeah, and he just gives you a couple more elements that Goran Dragic, God bless him, gave you, is that he's a guy who will take the big shot at the big moment, not defer to Jimmy Butler, because he probably thinks he's better than Jimmy Butler because of his confidence, and he can defend the position and keep opposing guards from getting past that first line of defense, honestly, for a team that doesn't have a lot of rim to turn. So now there's a defender there. Now the Heat are not scrambling like chickens with their heads cut off once a guy gets into the paint, and all of a sudden, like they call it, pulling triggers and next man up, and it becomes this wild scramble. So he gives them an offensive playmaker element more than they've had, but mostly, I can't recall. I'd have to go back a while to think of a defensive point guard who arrives with the kind of reputation that Kyle Lowry has.
And look, there's precedent for this. You don't have to look back too far. Just the biggest difference between the Milwaukee Bucks in 2021 and the Milwaukee Bucks in 2020 was Jrue Holiday. And look, I'm not saying Lowry is on the same level as Holiday defensively. I think there's some players in the league that would say Holiday may be the best or one of the best defending guards in the entire league. But man, you watch sometimes even in the finals run for this team, there were times that backcourt defense looked like a sieve. Now you're adding a Lowry. I think that's a big difference. And C. Dola asks, Ira, do you think that this team needs another big?
I don't. I'm not going to overstate Omer Yurtseven, who I believe will be back in action for the Heat today against the Memphis Grizzlies here on Las Vegas, 5 Eastern time on NBA TV. But I think when you look at the power rotation, I think the word big might be overstated because you have Adebayo and Dedmon at center. You have PJ Tucker and Markieff Morris at power forward. And you have Omer Yurtseven as sort of your fifth guy you're developing. It's not a big front court, though. And you're going to, again, have the undersized power forward issue the Heat have had for years. It worked to a degree with Jay Crowder, worked a little less with Trevor Ariza. And because of the rebounding issues, it's still going to have to be more by committee. Kyle Lowry's a very good rebounding guard. That'll help you. But yeah, this is still going to be a smallish Heat team. And ultimately, that was their undoing in the first round against Milwaukee. So maybe Omer Yurtseven can come in and offer them some quality big minutes. He had a huge rebounding game against the Lakers in the Summer League opener. Granted, it's just Summer League, but maybe that helps. They have the position covered. Do they have the position covered tall enough? That's the question.
Yeah, and you go back to the previous year with the Bucks and the Heat in the 2020 playoffs, and that rebounding issue didn't rear its ugly head. And the Bucks weren't significantly different in the front court from that year. Obviously, you had a PJ Tucker and Bobby Portis played. Although Bobby Portis didn't play much in that playoff series. So, I feel like you look at the difference between the 2 years, and I'm not as worried about that because then you make the other team defend you. And I think that's something that the Heat did in the finals against the Lakers 2020 was they slowly figured out how to play Dwight Howard off the floor. But now you're getting better in the backcourt, and so I think that makes a big difference. So this transitions us into what I really wanted to talk about for most of the show today, which was with what the Heat have done. And then you canvass the rest of the Eastern Conference. Where are the Heat as it stands? And we're talking regular season right now, because I think everybody knows the playoffs is a different animal. But regular season, let's start right at the top. Does this put the Heat in that top two category with Milwaukee and Brooklyn?
Well, let's break it down by those two teams. You started, we talked about this last week also. You're not going to outscore the Brooklyn Nets. You're not going to outscore Kevin Durant, James Harden, and Kyrie Irving. I think they'll probably have two of the top 5 scorers in the NBA this season. And if Kyrie's motivated, he could be up there. So I think you take the second best approach. Can you outdefend them? And like I said last week, at least now you can try PJ Tucker on Kevin Durant. You can try Jimmy Butler on James Harden. You can wind up trying Kyle Lowry against Kyrie Irving and give yourself a defensive chance. I still don't think they're better. I think the NBA is a league that has always had their sort of super elite team that everyone's chasing, the big threes. And obviously everyone was chasing the Heat those 4 years. They didn't win the title every year, but they were in chase mode. The Heat are still very much in chase mode of the Brooklyn Nets. Again, regular season's different. Brooklyn's not motivated necessarily. Kyrie Irving's going to go off on his 20-game walkabout where you don't know where he is, but he'll be back at the moments of truth, so I don't think they're there with him. Milwaukee's a little bit more interesting. They're not going to outscore you to that degree. Again, you have the defense. PJ Tucker on Giannis Antetokounmpo, Jimmy Butler on Chris Middleton. You have Kyle Lowry being able to guard Jrue Holiday. You're a little better in that matchup there. I think the playoffs this year was almost an anomaly. It was a COVID season. The Heat just never truly had their footing in that series. Jimmy Butler, I think, put a little too much pressure on him, didn't have a running mate. I think the Heat could be very competitive right there with Milwaukee. The thing is, Clay, I don't think the Heat will finish first or second in the conference, which means they will play one of those two teams, if they advance, in the Eastern Conference semifinals and another one in the Eastern Conference finals. As Bobby Marks said, the ESPN analyst and former Nets executive, on one of his Instagram posts, he believes the East is stronger than the West right now. Not something we've said a lot in recent years, and I would tend to agree with that.
Yeah, Mark Stein said the same thing, and I agree with that, especially when you're talking top to bottom. I think when you get down towards the bottom of the Eastern Conference, for the longest time, it felt like it was going to be a walkover. Right. If you were playing your Orlandos of the world, or even Chicago before they got Vucevic, or Washington last year, even though they got better, I think it was pretty clear that they weren't quite there yet. But now you talk about those sorts of teams. But I want to stay at the top, because these are the types of teams that we're going to talk about with the Heat competing against. And you're right. They're not as good as those two teams. And obviously Milwaukee's a little bit different. They're not as good as those two teams on a night in, night out basis. But this is kind of the context that I'm going to frame this entire conversation in.
Sure.
Nobody can tell me that this Heat team is currently constructed cannot put together a playoff series in a vacuum to beat any team in the Eastern Conference. So to me, it's if you play against a Brooklyn team, you talk about out-defending them. If you get into a world where P.J. Tucker makes Kevin Durant's life difficult and you can find a way to guard James Harden and Kyrie Irving, you can extend that team to a 6th, 7th game and potentially win that. You can go up against a Milwaukee Bucks team in the playoffs. And if somebody gets injured on either one of those teams, this is why you don't tank. If you have a team that is capable of beating those teams, put yourself in the position to do that. And I think you could say that's what Milwaukee did last year, where it would have been really, really easy for a lot of teams in the Eastern Conference to potentially punt because of what happens with. But you never know when James Harden's going to pull a hamstring.
Sure.
You never know when Kyrie Irving's going to have an ankle injury. So the context of this conversation, let's make sure to say at the outset, I think this Heat team can make a run to the NBA Finals and win a championship. That doesn't mean that I think they're better.
And just to interject another thing that I didn't point out before, I think the Heat were exhausted last year also. I think the bubble season and all that. So here's two factors. I like that Jimmy didn't go to the Olympics, that he gave himself some time off and he regrouped. I'm a little bit concerned, spoke to him the other day out here in Vegas about Bam Adebayo. We're just talking, Clay, 6 weeks till camp starts again. The NBA has been relentless. COVID has been relentless also, so I understand. But as they try to move back to their typical schedule now, by not deferring the start of the season again, by starting camp in late September, all of a sudden for those Olympic players, it'll be interesting to see Milwaukee and what happens to them, now that Holiday and Middleton are back and Booker is back with Phoenix. And Bam also, who played a very significant role out there at the Tokyo Games. He started every game out there. I hope he gets his rest also. That's going to be a factor also. This is basically a 3-year fatigue battle in the NBA. But there's a lot more rest for the Heat this offseason than there was last offseason.
It's not a coincidence that the 4 conference finalists from last year did not make it back this year. Not a coincidence that those 4 teams, Boston, the Lakers, the Nuggets, and the Nuggets actually did a pretty good job considering how many injuries that they had, especially in the backcourt, and the Heat didn't make it back this year. So let's use that to transition to the next team that I think is the closest competitor to those top 2 in addition to the Heat, and that's Boston. I'm not buying into Philly right now. I think the issue with Ben Simmons sounds like a disaster. It sounds to me like he's not even returning their phone calls. I mean, at some point, you have to figure that situation out before you can even talk. So let's talk about Boston and the move that they made yesterday, adding Dennis Schroeder, who I think a lot of Heat fans were hoping they could potentially get on that mid-level. All of a sudden, he goes to Boston at $6.2 million on a prove-it deal. To me, Ira, that adds an element to that Boston team where, look, I think we knew they were talented, and especially if Jaylen Brown is healthy, then they're going to be a problem. Now, I think you start to talk about them as potentially making a push in that next tier with the Heat.
Well, when they lost Kemba Walker, there was questions about point guard. They were going to move Marcus Smart back there. I think Dennis Schroeder helps, but I always worry about a player who feels he got a raw deal, that he might be playing more for himself than his team because he wants to get his good deal the year after. Maybe playing for his numbers, maybe more than playing for the playoffs. it's interesting. Boston is such a remix. Al Horford's back in the mix. I think a lot of people forget about that. That changes the dynamic to a degree also. So I just wonder how much they could pull it together under a rookie coach. Ime Udoka is there. That's also a factor. It's hard to jump right into the mix. You know, we've seen it with others. Look, even Steve Nash came up short of the conference finals last year. You have to work your way through this. So I think Boston is interesting. I still think Boston is a bunch of pieces that still have to show me they can fit together. And I also wonder, at the first sign of adversity, after what's happened to the Celtics the last 2 seasons, does Jason Tatum go, man, we need more than this. We should have blown it up? Does Jaylen Brown going, hey, I love Jason Tatum as a friend, but this partnership doesn't work. We're just too similar. So yes, I think Boston is a team on paper. When you look at the pieces, when you look at Al Horford and Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum and Marcus Smart and Dennis Schroeder and what they have there, they have a lot of pieces. But to me, it's sort of like Philadelphia before the whole Ben Simmons doesn't shoot a layup and passes the ball away for a dunk, is you still have to show you can play together. I have a little more faith, cohesiveness with the Heat right now, even though they're a new mix because of the culture, than maybe I do in Boston or Philadelphia.
The Ben Simmons situation, man, I just feel like, okay, Tyrese Maxey played really, really well in stretches last year. If you want to try to put the ball in his, get what you can for Ben Simmons. This is not a time to play. So anyway, that's why I'm kind of removing them from the conversation for the moment. Not saying that they're not talented. And
don't sell short Joel Embiid and Tobias Harris. Everyone sells short Tobias Harris. He's a really good player. He's an all-star level player. He can be a finisher if you need him at the end. Seth Curry had a very good year last year. Bringing back Danny Green is important. They have good pieces. They just seem to be a mess. It's just sort of who they are. They've never recovered sort of from the process.
I agree. Okay, so the team in the division that we've even talked about, the division champs last year that took the division from Miami, and that's the Atlanta Hawks. And I said this last week that I have a feeling that my feeling on that team is I think they're better constructed moving forward than I think they're given credit for. I think a lot of people on the outside feel like this is a team that, okay, they kind of took advantage of some situations. They got into the conference finals last year. But I feel like the way this team is built, they're going to be a handful. With that said, I feel like the Heat position themselves to better defend and beat a Hawks team this year than they were last year. So again, you know, when you're talking tiers here, I think, and this is my opinion, I think you've got Brooklyn and Milwaukee at the top. I think you've got Miami and Boston in that next tier. And you can argue Philly. I've got my feelings on them. But I would put Atlanta right there kind of pushing that next tier and potentially a scary team this season.
Took care of John Collins, which was important. John Collins made him blink, and they did. Instead of getting $90 million, he got $125 million by waiting for the end of the season. Obviously, Trae Young is just one of these phenomenons. You know, Steph Curry-like in that he can just get where he wants, when he wants, create unbelievable Lillard-like long-distance shots. Their veterans stepped in, Bogdanovich when he was healthy, Gallinari when he was healthy. So they have a nice mix. They have, you know, some injury situations also going into the season. Their young center last year, the rookie, is going to be out for the first half of the season. They're a team that I still wonder if that last season wasn't the one-off. I think last season was a potential because, again, COVID, teams coming together, the compacted schedule. You saw some teams shoot to the top you didn't expect. You saw Phoenix. You saw the Utah Jazz during the regular season. You saw the Hawks. Even the Knicks, I think, might have overachieved. I always say with teams like that, back it up. Do it again. And you know what, Clay? And outsiders will say the same thing about the Heat in the bubble in 2020. Back it up. That's what the Heat have to do this year. So there are teams that you know are really good, the Nets and the Bucks, and they've been, you know, at the top as it was already. I think Atlanta, I need to see them back it up. Remember the Mike Budenholzer Hawks of about 4 or 5 years ago, number one in the conference. They had like 4 all-stars. Jeff Teague was an all-star, and Horford was an all-star, and their entire lineup was an all-star. And they had that one season and they disappeared. So I think for Atlanta, you have to back it up before I truly believe you. I do agree. They're in that next tier. I'm not even so sure they're tier 2 as much as maybe tier 3 in the Eastern Conference.
And I seem to be, I think I'm a little higher on them than you are. And I think you're a little higher on Philly and their talent and ability for that to overcome than I am. And so but I think we're largely on the same page there. Do you think that Chicago has done enough to put themselves in that conversation where they could potentially push a team like an Atlanta, like a Miami, to get into that tier 2 status.
I think Chicago's a team. I always refer to teams like this. They're a team that has a lot of stuff, but I need to see how that stuff comes together. I mean, you have Zach LaVine, who's obviously playing well, had some real moments in the Olympics and leading up to the Olympics. You have Lonzo now, who's coming over there. You have obviously the trade for Vucevic last season. So you have a whole bunch of pieces that can come together. I like Patrick Williams a lot, what he did as a rookie out of Florida State. But I need to see that coalesce to a degree. That's hard to do. It's hard to bring in that disparate kind of pieces. What kind of team are they? Is Vucevic going to be out running with Lonzo Ball? Is Lonzo going to push and play a two-man game with Zach LaVine? I need to see a little more of how that comes together. Billy Donovan's got to sort of find his foothold there in Chicago. I would put it this way. I think Chicago is the kind of team that will produce a lot of impressive regular season victories, that there's individuals there, that Lonzo or Zach LaVine, guys who can have their games that'll single-handedly beat you, but I'm not so sure I'm sold on them as a team necessarily. And here's the deal, just to remind people again, top 6 directly to the playoffs, next 2 in the play-in round.
Right.
So I think Chicago at least will be a play-in team. Then again, everyone's a play-in team. You're going to have basically 10 out of 15 teams in each conference making some sort of playoffs, but that's a good first step for Chicago. And the one thing about Chicago, when they traded those first-round picks for Vucevic, they said they were living in the moment. So now's their moment.
So I think we're on largely the same page with this. Your tiers are Brooklyn, Milwaukee at the top, and then right. I think you can make the case that the Heat are at the very top of tier 2. So, but
or their own tier, maybe their own tier, tier 2. Yeah,
I have zero belief in the New York Knicks, none whatsoever. I
think they fade back. Yeah,
I agree, and I feel like it's one of those. You give them a ton of credit, and Tom Thibodeau a ton of credit for what he did there, and kind of letting them play above their heads. But I thought the playoffs were really telling in what they didn't belong on the court with Atlanta. And I think that's what happens in the playoffs when teams care more. And, you can get through being the team that's trying the hardest and working the hardest during the regular season. Mm-hmm. But once you get to the playoffs, talent takes over. And you've also got more time in between games. So, that element of figuring things out and being the team that's angrier. Look, Evan Fournier is nice. Kemba Walker is nice. And yet at the same time, I don't think it changes who they are moving forward. So
look, their biggest offseason acquisition was Evan Fournier. You could say Kemba Walker, but Evan Fournier has always been a guy who's produced statistics, and his team has never really gone anywhere, whether it's Orlando, last season in Boston. So, basically his top play has been international competition and what he's done with the French national team. Kemba, I still, in my mind's eye, see Kemba as the great Kemba Walker, as UConn Kemba Walker, as Heat killer in Charlotte Kemba Walker. But maybe I need to give up on that a little bit because it's been a while. And I remember what he looked like in that series against the Heat in 2020. He had some moments, but not enough moments. Again, that's a team of pieces. Clay, I think a lot of these teams we've spoken about, Boston, Miami, Chicago, New York, have so many new pieces. Which teams come together and coalesce, and which teams realize you got a lot of pieces that don't come together. So I go to the next level. I trust Eric Spoelstra there. He's brought a lot of divergent type teams together. They either had defensive teams, they either have had offensive teams. I think he's really good at that. I know Tom Thibodeau is a great coach, but he's had places where he couldn't get the pieces to work. At the end in Chicago, in Minnesota. So I just look at Tom Thibodeau and I'm wondering, how is he going to do with this mix? I need to see the sort of the Tom Thibodeau mixtape to see if he could pull this off in New York. And I think even Atlanta. Nate McMillan stepped in last season. You get the boost of the interim coach. Remember that coaching change. It happened in Miami.
That's true.
He destroyed him one game. They played consecutive games. Atlanta comes back. Their absolute takeoff point was that victory at what was then American Airlines Arena. So I think it's going to be a matter of who coalesces in the East and who doesn't. And I think coaching will play a large part of that. You got a rookie coach there in Boston. That's a factor. Will Billy Donovan find his footing in Chicago?
So let's close out the show on that coming up next. How do the Heat coalesce? How do they come together and beat that team? Because we talked about, this is a Miami show. We talked enough about the other teams.
Right.
I want to talk about how the Heat come together and coalesce. And also somebody who I think isn't being talked about enough, unless you read Ira's column in the Sun Sentinel, and what kind of role he can play. Let's talk about that and a lot more coming up right here on Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a good rack? Pallet Rack City. Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. If it's hardcore hoops you desire, make sure you subscribe to the Big O Radio Show and never miss an episode of Inside the Paint. Let's get back to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back to Inside the Paint. What have we learned so far today? We've learned that I hate the tampering rule. I hate that the NBA is going after the Heat and Bulls. We've learned that Ira hates paying $1.75 for an apple.
For a stinking apple, for a stinking piece of fruit. I'm going to Walgreens and giving them $1, and I'm not happy with that. I miss my Trader Joe's. What I've learned also is the unveiling of the coffee cups during the show, which at 7 a.m. here in
That's
Vegas
right.
I need. Yeah, so I sort of feel like, we're doing the Kelly show there in the morning. So, a little relaxed atmosphere here as the people in the room next door wonder, what the hell is going on in there?
They can feel the reverberations, right? Okay, so we've talked about that, the tampering stuff. We talked about where the Heat fit in the Eastern Conference. Part of that, as you said, is which teams are going to coalesce and come together, which teams are going to be able to gel, because, beyond Milwaukee and Brooklyn, you're really counting on some of these other teams integrating some important pieces. With the Heat, it's Kyle Lowry. With the Knicks, it's Kemba Walker and Evan Fournier. Chicago, adding pretty much So I think it's really important to point out that the Heat have done this before. Where does somebody like Victor Oladipo and him coming back fit into all of that?
Well, right now he doesn't, because he's not coming back anytime soon after his May quadriceps surgery. But it's interesting, Clay. Just when we were finishing last Wednesday's show on the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint, Victor Oladipo signing became official, and it was a 1-year minimum make good type of deal, sort of similar, more like Dennis Schroeder, almost expecting more, realizing that's where the market is. It's almost two different Heat teams with Victor Oladipo. If you know Victor Oladipo is going to be here, you established a different type of rotation. If you don't know if that's the case, you basically put him to the side and say, when Victor comes back, we'll decide plan B of what this team is going to be. if Victor Oladipo is in the playoff rotation, I mean, oh my God, defensively at the end of games, when you can sick out Bam Adebayo and PJ Tucker and Victor Oladipo and Jimmy Butler and Kyle Lowry, you can basically stop anyone, or at least try to stop anyone and have as good a shot as anyone. If Victor Oladipo comes around, to me, that changes everything about this Heat season. If he's anything like his best days in Houston and, of course, his best days in Indiana, but you can't make that assumption. When a guy who's already had this injury, had surgery for it, did not come back 100%, had to have it again. They said they always, I mean, again, you know, you and I are the same way. We get these press releases. So-and-so underwent successful surgery, and the ongoing joke in our business is you want the one underwent surgery that went horribly wrong, and the so-and-so team regret this moment, you know. So we have to wait and see. Victor Oladipo can slot in, as I wrote about in the Sun Sentinel today. The Heat don't have a backup point guard right now. He might be able to be that. But again, we're talking January, February, I really think, if even that. He's going to be smart. Clay, when you're not rushing back for big money and you're only coming back for the minimum, you're going to prioritize your health. So it's going to be, and hopefully we get back to practice this year, and you know how it's going to set up. We're going to go upstairs to the gym at FTX Arena. We're going to ask Eric Spoelstra, where does Victor Oladipo stand? And Eric Spoelstra is going to tell us, we're worried about the players who are here right now. We're not worried about, that. Yes. And that's going to be it. There is no update. And so that's the thing. It's a waiting game. But yes, the Heat will be a different team. And it goes back to what we spoke about in the last segment. Can you coalesce then as a team with a player like that?
So, and I think how this is going to play out is because he wants to come back right in January or February. The Heat are basically like, nah, you know what? Chill. Like, take your time, come back. Because I think what you just said is the most important point. They don't care about the regular season. They don't care if he comes back. Come back for like a week before the end of the regular season. Work in practice. Get used to your guys. Rehab that and get as close to good as you can. Because, you know, you mentioned his days in Indiana. Look, man, I thought you could see a difference in the energy, the defense, just during his time here.
Yes, when he was week, on the defensive end of the floor.
Yeah. So, like, if you can get to that point with him, who cares if he plays a single minute during the regular season?
Yes, I care. You want to have that time. No, Clay, I care. I think you need a little continuity. So I would look at it this way. The trading deadline is going to revert to a more normal schedule this year, about February 23rd or so. If you can get him at least in practice by then and working with your players, you know what, Clay? Fair. It's the same as when you acquire a player at the trading deadline. The Heat have gotten players at trading deadlines, be it Goran Dragic or going back to the day Tim Hardaway. They've worked them in effectively to help them the second half of the season. Hardaway, obviously, into the playoffs. So I think if you get a player back in that time frame, it's no different than acquiring a player in a trade. And the Heat has never been shy about doing that and making those kind of moves. So I think as long as Victor Oladipo starts working, say, in January or early February, and after that long break, and maybe during that break, you can sort of work him back in a little bit more, I think that helps because you want to know your identity. You want to know who you are. Some people might even say there were still too many moving parts last season when you brought in Ariza and you brought in Dedmon and you were changing things a little bit. So I think that would help. You need him a little bit sooner. And also, he needs to show something of significant sample size in order to get his contract.
Absolutely.
Remember, the Heat have his bird rights. So as crazy as it sounds, he's gone from a contract in the 20 millions to a contract to 2.5 million, but he can go right back to a contract at 30 million if he proves he's worth that, because the Heat with his bird rights can pay him up to the maximum a year from now. So this is a partnership where the Heat want to make it work. They want to go to Mickey Arrison's wallet. Victor Oladipo has to show a sample size of something significant and tangible to make that happen.
So we talked about kind of setting your team up to compete against the best. Man, there is not a team that would be better equipped to handle a healthy Brooklyn Big Three if you were able to roll out there defensively. Victor Oladipo, Kyle Lowry, either Tucker or Morris, probably Tucker since he had some experience going up against Durant last year, and then obviously Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo. I mean, those are the types of lineups that if you get into a playoff series, being able to mix and match there, you're right. That can be the game changer. I get what you're saying on coalescing and making sure that you build some of that continuity. But bottom line is, yeah, you're right. He really would change kind of the complexion.
But and Clay, let's also understand today's modern NBA. It's still geared and tilted, slanted toward the offense. It's like the NFL passing game. They just have the built-in advantage. So the bottom line is we can talk all we want that the Heat can put out a defensive 5 against the Nets offensive 5, but the offensive 5 these days always wins. I mean, let's be honest. You still would prefer, if you were Clay Ferraro and you had money on the game and it was an even betting line, you would go with the Nets. That's That's the proven scoring right there. You might also go with the Bucks. Defense is nice if the rules were that way. When it was the old Pat Riley with the Knicks, hand checking and you hand fight them, and the old, what people used to say, the old saw that Pat Riley would have his players foul so often, even the referees would go after a while, I can't keep blowing my whistle. But the game has changed, and they will keep blowing their whistle right now. So it still favors the offense. So the offensive moments of truth, that's where I think Victor Oladipo also helps. He's a shot creator. You need shot creators. He can do that. He can get, the phrase everyone's using now, he can get downhill. Kyle Lowry can get downhill. Jimmy Butler can get downhill. So if you have another one of those, it sets up the Duncan Robinson. It sets up on the sort of duck in on a Bam Adebayo, but you need those, scoring creators also. That's where Victor Oladipo also helps.
Well, you're right. To your point about would you put your money on Brooklyn? Yes, absolutely. But here's the thing. I would have put my money, if I were a betting man, I would have put my money on the Boston Celtics to beat the Heat in the finals last year. I would have put money on the Bucks to beat the Heat in the conference semi-final. So what I've kind of learned with this team is that you don't dismiss the ability in the playoffs to put things together and beat teams that on paper, and especially when it comes to the boys out there in Vegas where you are, to make a big difference. And so, but that's, I want to discuss somebody that you talked about in the Sun Sentinel this morning, and you mentioned Victor Oladipo potentially being that backup. But the guy that I don't think is getting enough credit, I'm glad you did the piece on, is Gabe Vincent. And I want to frame this in the context of he's not the same player. He's not even, I don't even know if you would say a similar player in how he approaches the game as a guy I'm about to talk about. But there is precedent for somebody being mentored by Kyle Lowry and turning into a really, really good backcourt player.
I'm not so sure where you're going. I want you to go. So tread lightly here, my good friend Clay.
Fred VanVleet.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that he's not going to be on that level. I'm not saying he's going there. But when you talk about somebody, there is precedent. Look at Fred VanVleet's first couple of years in the league, in particular his first year. No, I love Fred VanVleet at Wichita State. I loved watching him in the NCAA tournament. I thought he was going to be a great role player in the NBA. I never envisioned him getting to this level. And I think that you have to point at having a mentor like a Kyle Lowry. And again, not the same type of player. Right. But as far as having somebody who is a mentor at the point guard position, and VanVleet played off the ball a bit as well, but having the ability to go to a Kyle Lowry and learn, I think that you can look at the potential growth for Gabe Vincent. Because part of getting better as a team isn't just adding pieces. It's hoping the guys in your building get better. I think you couldn't have asked for a better guy for Gabe Vincent to learn from than Kyle Lowry.
Yeah, I want to give context to the story I wrote in the Sun Sentinel. Basically what I wrote was this, is whether you agree with the quality or pedigree of the signings and the moves that the Heat made in the offseason, they basically filled their positional boxes. So at center, you have Dedmon and Bam Adebayo, check mark. At power forward, you have PJ Tucker and Markieff Morris. Say what you want about them, but you have the position covered. Check mark. On the wing, since basically small forward, shooting guard are the same, you have Jimmy Butler, you have Duncan Robinson, you have Tyler Hero, potentially Victor Oladipo. But then, and again, I write about this every year, probably hates it, but you look at point guard. Before, they just had Goran Dragic. Now, when you look at point guard, right now, they not only do they don't have Goran Dragic anymore, they have Kyle Lowry, and they don't have anyone else in there. So, Clay, my point as we wait for you to reconnect here is, I think when you look at the Heat right now and you look at point guard and the way their situation is set up, there's no plan B there. That I know that he can say, hey, we're going to go to Jimmy Butler and let him ball handle. But that adds more responsibility to him having to go 94 feet against pressure. I know you could say, okay, we're going to go to Bam Adebayo and let him operate off the elbow with his passing. And that's all well and good also. But the problem is that takes him a little bit sort of out of the mix as a center when Bam Adebayo is facilitating. So I'd rather not have Jimmy Butler have to advance the ball. I'd rather not have Bam Adebayo have to always facilitate. But when Kyle Lowry goes out of the game, or more importantly, when Kyle Lowry at 35 years old misses 10 games or so, what's going to be the answer? I think Gabe Vincent can do that, But it was really interesting, and I spoke to Gabe about this yesterday at practice here at UNLV. When they were broadcasting the Olympic Games, one of the analysts for what the Nigeria game said, Gabe Vincent starts all these games at point guard for Nigeria, but then they realize they need his shooting and they move him off the ball. So can he be the same player if he is playing point guard? Can he be the shooter who basically established his NBA reputation by coming in and making shots in the G League with Stockton Kings and then with the Sioux Falls Skyforce? I like Gabe Vincent. I think he could be your third point guard, but I'd like to see one more. Even, I'm going to throw a name out there I think the Heat have looked at, like even a Jeff Teague. Just open in case of emergency. I'm not saying I love the player. I'm not saying you're going anywhere in the playoffs with him as a starter, maybe even a rotation player. But, you know, when you look at Kyle Lowry, Clay, I think you'd agree. Kyle's probably going to miss at least 10 games. Would you agree with that?
Oh, yeah. I think that's a smart play, by the way. I think you want to have these guys missing some games.
So let me ask you this question. And I ran this by the Heat broadcasters were there. I was speaking with Anthony Chang of the Miami Herald and asked them this question. I'll ask it to you now. Kyle Lowry is going to be out 3 to 5 games with a strained hamstring, let's say. Who are you starting in his place?
I think it would have to be Vincent at this point.
Well, it's interesting. It's interesting because some people say Vincent, some people say Tyler Hero. Remember, Tyler Hero was the starting point guard for a while for the Heat, and especially when Dragic was out, they didn't have another point guard played there. I feel that took away from his game.
I agree.
I feel he was so concerned being a playmaker. He was not the boy wonder he was when he arrived in his rookie season out of Kentucky, 2019, 2020. And also, Clay, and you know this, a lot of times when a Heat player is out, Eric Spoelstra does not move the next man up.
Absolutely.
He likes to keep the continuity of his rotation. So I think you're going to wind up in the situation where when Kyle Lowry does miss this time, who starts? Right now it's Gabe Vincent. You know what? For 1 game, 2 game spot here or there, no issue with that. But I think if Kyle Lowry is going to be out for 8 to 10 games because of a hamstring or a groin or something like that, then I think I'd rather have an NBA proven veteran who can step in there, whether it's a Jeff Teague or someone like that, just for that moment. Then you get back to normalcy.
I can see that. I think the big problem with trying to put Hero out there last year, I think would be something that would be alleviated with the Gabe Vincent. And why I like him in that role is he's a much, much better defender. And so I think that part of the big problem that you had last year was when you tried to play guys at that point guard spot, yeah, maybe they could get, even if Tyler Hero were playing on the offensive end of the floor and doing what he needed to do as a point guard, you would see the drop off on the other end of the floor.
Right.
And so to me, that's where I think Gabe Vincent could really fit in well with this.
And I want to get to one last name here as we close out the show, because it's the one piece of bookkeeping the Heat haven't gotten around to if they're not signing another point guard. And you probably know where I'm going with this. Clay Ferraro, you just been named general manager of the Miami Heat. Andy Ellisberg has moved on to a job in the league office. Congratulations, Andy. You have one more player to sign. Udonis Haslem is not signed yet. The expectation he's coming back. This roster can afford one more player under the luxury tax for the moment. Do you expect to see in the next week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks before the start of the season, an announcement somewhere at a employee operator-owned Subway store that Udonis Haslem is coming back, number one, and number two, you're general manager of the Heat, so you're at a higher pay grade. Is that the move that should be made with the Heat's last roster spot? And I like how we do this with seconds left in the show.
Yes. Can we stop with this? Can we stop? It's the 14th guy on the roster. It's Udonis Haslem. Yes. You sign him.
I think it's interesting because, like you said, there were questions about power forward. There are questions about point guard. They have one roster spot at the veteran minimum left to get them to just below the tax line. Yes, I think it's going to happen. I think at some point, whether it's next week's show, Pallet Rack City, Inside the Heat, Inside the Paint, or down the road, I think we're going to be talking about Udonis Haslem coming back. And it'll just be interesting because I'll have to decide whether I want that toasted and with cheese or not.
2 things you can count on. UD coming back. Big O taking the reins after this. Thanks for hanging out on Inside the Paint. Big O show rolls on after this.
You've been listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint program with Ira Winterman and Clay Ferraro, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Subscribe and smash the like button to support Inside the Paint. If you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business, there's only one choice: Pallet Rack City. When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Great job by Ira and Clay. Excellent hour as always. Appreciate all of you out there supporting the show. They do an excellent job every week, every Wednesday from 10 to 11. It's a hardcore hour of basketball year-round with the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint show. Good stuff by the boys, talking about all kinds of stuff, and even, address the UD thing. If you have a player that is good enough to invest in and develop, then it might be time. But if not, then yeah, I guess you leave the police officer, the security guard, the mentor, the whatever you want to call UD. You know what I'm saying? The coach that's on the bench, that kind of stuff. So anyway, appreciate Ira and Clay. Remember, all of this will be podcasted. So if you missed the show, you can watch it on video when it's posted. We'll post them individually also now. Now we're starting to add more segments on our YouTube page. And, of course, on the audio on the SoundCloud or iTunes, wherever you get it, Spotify. It's exploding, and we appreciate it. Again, just great download numbers yesterday. We are over 500,000 downloads in our last 30 days. So thank you very, very much. We really, really appreciate it. And again, if your business wants to join us in growing, we'd appreciate it immensely so we could continue to grow and expand this show and provide people in South Florida real sports talk on a daily basis without any of the politics, without any of the crap that goes on, and a hell of a lot less commercials too on top of all of that too. If you're watching live, it's a lot less commercials than you get on regular radio. So you're getting a lot of hardcore, sports talk, some hardcore crypto talk too. We'll give you some hardcore crypto talk, which, I'm in one of those moods, man, right now, because that crypto market right now is absolutely exploding. Don't forget, folks, to smash the hell out of the like button. The Dolphins right now are in Chicago. They're practicing against the Bears. They activated Gesicki from the COVID list, so he's out there. Hunter Long, by the way, is only day-to-day with the lower leg injury. So that's actually a good thing that he's listed as day-to-day. Now, maybe they're misleading us a little bit, but you saw Joe Shad's report that it wasn't as serious as thought. So maybe, he'll be back in a few days or a week or two and get back on the field and have his rookie season and get that experience that he needs. And hopefully, more than anything else, not only do we want him healthy, but for the Dolphins, we want him to be effective so he can add another element to the offense. And I'm a huge fan of two tight ends. I think offenses that have those two tight ends can be absolutely deadly. So this is really good news that Hunter Long, and I know that the anti-vax dude, Shaheen, has actually done a really good job overall. So, Shaheen, I can't say they don't have a decent number 2 tight end right now as it is, because Adam Shaheen has been a really good acquisition overall for the Dolphins since Miami acquired him from the Bears, right? So Shaheen should be pumped up about this week, right? Should be pumped up about these. Oh, wait a minute. I don't know if he's off the COVID because they activated Gesicki. I haven't heard about Shaheem, or maybe I missed it or something. Now I forgot about that. But if he's not there, then he's frustrated with that. No Parker, no Will Fuller, and no Albert Wilson in these practices. Now, I find that to be obviously a negative because it sucks because you want Parker, Fuller, and Wilson practicing. Not that Devontae Parker really needs to practice a lot because he's so injury prone. You just need him to get, stay in shape and be ready. He doesn't, and Will Fuller's another one. You need him healthy. But with Will Fuller, you want him playing with Tua. With Albert Wilson, you want him playing with Tua, although he has been practicing with Tua the first, week and a half or whatever before he had the little nick here and went down. But at least right now, this also adds a little bit of a challenge for Tua going into these scrimmages. So it'll be interesting to see how he handles all of this. So, and I'll keep you updated with anything that's going on. Omar, by the way, says it's extremely overcast and a storm is coming, so we're likely headed inside. So it looks like the weather getting nasty in Chicago. And so I see where Omar Kelly and Alan Poupart are reporting ominous cloud, and it looks pretty bad too. So, one of those deals. So that kind of sucks that they're going to clear the field in Chicago, and they're probably going to end up inside. I don't know if I hope the media is allowed inside. I'm not exactly sure. It kind of would suck if our guys are outside and they don't get to go inside and watch all of that. Jalen Phillips, good news, will practice. He had the lower leg injury, so he's practicing. Eichenberg, by the way, is at left guard, and Dieter's at center. So now we'll find, and this, like I told you, this is where it starts now. Okay? The next couple of weeks here, I don't overreact on any of the crap that's gone on the first week and a half. I'm not overreacting on anything, positive or negative. I'm going to wait now that there's pads on, there are opponents, there's a preseason game. I now can get a feel for this team now, these kind of things. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's all of that is really important, what's coming up for the Dolphins. So we'll find out if Eichenberg is going to stay at left guard. We're going to find out if Michael Dieter is your starting center when it's all set. This is great work for Michael Dieter, man. This is phenomenal work. And, to a certain extent, the O-line coach, what is it? Philippe? I forgot the gentleman's name now. I'm brain farting right now, but I know it's kind of like a French Haitian name, if I remember correctly. So if he nails it, that's impressive. And what I mean by that is if he gives Dieter the job, or whatever has happened throughout the offseason, they felt Dieter was the guy that they wanted to go with first, which, it's a lot more comfortable in a way of going with the veteran because the guy's been there and done it in Skura. But you gave Dieter, your third-round pick, going into his third year, the opportunity, and whatever he's done behind the scenes and in practice, he's held on to the job. So they must be happy with him overall, right? But they really, like I told you, we haven't gotten into a lot of hitting and tackling. Now they're going to get into some hitting. I don't know how much tackling and, bringing people down to the ground it's going to go to right now, but you're still going to have contact right now. So this is especially on the O-line. So this is really good for Dieter. So over the next week, these practices, the next 2 preseason games, you see Dieter hang on. Lem Jean-Pierre. There you go. If he hangs on, Coach Pierre freaking nailed it, bro. It's pretty impressive. You know what I mean? And if they like Eichenberg at left guard and that's where he ends up, then hey man, not a problem. What I also don't want you to do, because there's a lot of overreaction that goes on. And look, I understand what this business is all about. You got to try to shock. You got to try to stir it up. You got to try to create some drama because you want to get some clicks. And I don't do that. You know what I mean? I don't need to do that kind of stuff. That's not my style. If I'm saying something, it's because I believe it. It's not because I'm trying to create any kind of clicks. And this is why I tell you got to be patient on all of this and let it all develop. There are guys sometimes that come in as a rookie and maybe they don't want to hand you a job that they think you can handle down the line. But right now, they feel like they have a veteran that is better suited for that right tackle spot right now in Jesse Davis. All right, let's see how you can handle the left guard spot, because we're not necessarily happy with what we were doing at left guard. And we know Jesse can play right tackle. And they must feel more comfortable with Jesse at right tackle than they do at guard, right? So then they put Eichenberg at left guard. That doesn't mean that that's where he's going to line up for the rest of his career. There are countless of examples of rookies that come in and they play one position on the O-line because of necessity, because they're inexperienced, because they want to try you out there, because they're comfortable at your original position at the moment for a year or two, and then they switch you over. Like they could use Jesse this year at right tackle, and then next year eventually say, all right, Liam, you're ready to now move over to the right side. We want to put you at right tackle, and then you stay there for the rest of your life. And that happens a lot. That's why I don't want you to overreact, even if Eichenberg is at the left guard spot. And then some people say, well, dude, wasn't he drafted to be a right tackle? Isn't it more important for him? Remember, it's the blind side of Tua. So you are asking a rookie to come in, play right tackle, learn the position, and, by the way, our lefty quarterback, you are the last line of defense, my man. We need you to make sure that guy doesn't get hit. It's a lot to put on Eichenberg at the moment. Maybe they want to ease him in, build the confidence up, build it up from inside to get to the outside. And then right now, you've got a seasoned veteran in Jesse Davis. So you feel, and he has seen everything already, right? And Coach Pierre, I saw the interview the other day with Coach Pierre. He loves Jesse Davis. They were at, was it the Jets or somewhere? I forgot where he said they were both at together, and then they ended up again here together again. And he knows the road that Jesse Davis has been on since he got into the NFL and how he's earned where he's at right now. Completely blue collar. So he has immense respect for Jesse Davis. So it makes a lot of sense to say, okay, wait a minute. You know what? Let me put the veteran here right now. Jesse's been through the wars. He's seen everything. He's better suited to protecting our young quarterback's blind side. It's a lot to put on Liam Eichenberg. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of things to look into it. Just be patient. I'm trying to, and I know that some of you out there are long-suffering Dolphin fans, just like I am, and I know we've seen so much incompetence and so many bad coaches and bad general managers and all of that stuff. But I think I've kind of guided you throughout all of this process with this group here from day one in a very logical way throughout all of this. And we've watched them get better. So Flo is about winning. So Flo has to agree with all of this. Flo's not trying to just put young people out there and deal with the mistakes and get by and just, no, dude. He wants you to get out there and he wants you to be able to do the job because he wants you to give him the best chance to win the game. So right now they must feel that Jesse Davis is right now better suited to handle the pressures of being the right tackle with a left-handed quarterback than a young Eichenberg right now. But that doesn't mean that that's going to be the end all for Eichenberg and he'll stay at left guard. Hey, who knows? Maybe Eichenberg is better suited at guard and maybe he turns into a nasty-ass Pro Bowl guard. I don't know. Not sure. But what I'm going to say is let's not overreact. Let's just enjoy it right now. And that's the other thing I've been trying to tell Dolphin fans for a while now. Please embrace this. Please enjoy this. Leave all the frustrations of the last 2 decades behind you. Enjoy from the moment of year one to where we're at right now. And it has been a crypto-like climb to the beginning here of season 3. Because none of us had them winning 10 games last year. Okay? And when they started 2 years ago on this thing, you probably weren't thinking playoffs in the 3rd year. Where now we can actually legitimately think about the playoffs this year. So let's see what happens. Let's see how it's all developing. Right now, Omar Kelly says we're having a lightning delay. The plan is to resume practice when it passes. So they've got to usually, I know for teams, they've got to wait like a half hour after the last lightning strike so they can continue a game. I don't know how they're going to handle it for practice. I'm not exactly sure. Even if there's lightning, why don't you just go inside the building and practice? The building has all kinds of lightning rods. You should be fine. All that. I don't know. It's kind of weird, right? It's kind of weird. All right. What's this? Beefy Productions. They are trafficking children using military buses, supposed parent killers. Hey, man. I don't know what that is. Okay. All right. So this is an idiot, right? Okay. Let's, there we go. All right. Beefy Productions, you're gone. All right. I don't know if you're new to the channel. Okay. Listen, you want to make 1 point? Go ahead. If you think you're going to continue to repeat the point and become abusive on this channel, you're done. Okay? Not sure, but you'll see folks now posting some emojis for what we just did. You know what I'm saying? So those that are experienced on this channel for the last couple of years, since we started this podcast, they are going to already start seeing, all this stuff. I don't allow this kind of stuff to happen on this channel. Okay. We're let's have some fun. Manuel says, looks like a bot. Whether it's a bot or not, the bot's been, gone. So just in case I'm not going to allow you want to make a point on anything, go ahead and make a point, and that's it. It's over. But if you think that, I'm going to start, I'm going to be abusive and I'm going to start getting my point across and whatever and all that, you'll get blocked right away. Okay? I don't need the bullshit. Got it? And I don't need to put up with anything because it ends right here. I don't answer to any corporation. I don't answer to no program director. I don't answer to a damn thing. Okay? I make the final call on everything that goes on this show. So if you think you're going to get away with that stuff, as you can see, Pat in Asheville, Ian from Brooklyn, those are veterans. There you go. You get ghosted, baby, right out of here. All right? The bat is in and everything. So you're out, baby. You are out. So there you go, Beefy Productions. Go somewhere else and be a total idiot. Let's see. What do we got here? Ian from Brooklyn was number one. We talked about this earlier on the show. Let me see what we got here. All right. Just got in here in time for Ira and Clay. Good for you. Two Extreme says, Clay and Ira, what you do truly think Kyle Lowry brings to the Heat team. Do you guys think? Okay, well, that was for them, not for me. Omar Lopez is in. Two Extreme, man of 1,005 holds. GP Trap is in. Cidola says, Depot is a bonus like Albert Wilson. There you go. Catracho 78 says, I really like the inside the paint with Ira and Clay. Great job, guys. And to the Big O. Thank you, sir. Thank you. That's one of the elements that we had on Onside. You know, it's funny. This morning on Onside, about Onside, this is kind of funny, right? Okay, so Onside ended 2 months ago, right? 2 months ago. And I like this guy. I've gone back and forth with him many times over the years. He's a follower of, I guess, my show and stuff. Blade 24, right? So Blade 24 sends me a tweet. He says, hey, I don't hear nothing on Onside Radio. What's going on? So I'm like, clearly you don't listen every day or week or month. You may want to follow my Twitter line to know what's going on. And so it's hilarious that it's like, okay, wait a minute. Clearly you weren't a fan that much of Onside because you're tuning in now. Like it's been gone for 2 months. Like you didn't visit my Twitter page where everything is told, what went on with Onside, why we left. We're trying to see if we can restart it. If we can't restart it, obviously we're going to do this. If I can't restart it, I got to continue, right? So those of you that follow, you kind of know, but it's like, it's really simple. Just follow my Twitter page and everything is there. And it's like, so you could tell that the guy never visited, never went to the show, probably heard it once, a couple months back or whatever. And so now it was, what happened? What was it? What's it called? Now I'm forgetting his name. Oh God. Now I'm completely brain farting on his name. God, we had a UMO lineman on Onside for a short time. It was only a couple weeks because it just really didn't fit what we were doing at all. And when he was gone for like 2 months or 3, Romberg, and somebody sends me a tweet, hey, where's Romberg? I'm not hearing. And it's like, well, dude, he's been gone for months. Now's when you're going to ask. You weren't really that much of a fan. It's like, sometimes you gotta watch out because you're going to expose yourself. It's like, hey, what's going on? It's like, well, wait a minute, dude. Don't you know what happened months ago already? It's so funny, man. Hey, I don't hear anything from Onside. Yeah, dude, it's been gone for 2 months. Like, wake the hell up, like, okay, clearly you don't really listen that much. Anyway, Too Extreme, Michael Young is in, Luisao Fuentes. Heat sucks, bring that old mommy of Haslam. You kidding? Yeah, there you go. Don Parlamento. Don, thank you, sir. I got you. Don broke the ice on something yesterday. He tripped me out completely because, as you all know, we always tell you about, if you want to help the show grow, you can donate to Cash App and Venmo, Cash Big O Show. We always give you that address, Cash Big O Show. And we always give you that. I have the super chat. I don't mention it. It's there, but I'd rather you do it on Cash App or Venmo because the show gets 100% of it. On super chat, they take 30%. So Don Parlamento, I get this message from PayPal. And so he made a donation through PayPal yesterday. And I look at it, and I've known Don for a while. He has been going back and forth with me on text, on Twitter, all that. He's been a strong follower of our show and supporter of our show for many years now, different stations and everything, and even on the podcast now. So he's been one of those guys that's been a freaking rock for us. And we really, really appreciate it, Don. Thank you. And so I never mentioned PayPal, but obviously, it's pretty easy to find because my name is, not a lot of people have my name. So it's one of those deals. So he actually sent it to my PayPal account. And I saw it. I was like, whoa, okay. All right. Well, either way, thank you for helping the show. So there you go. PayPal too, although it's not cash, Big O show on that one. Okay. It's my name. But yeah, try to keep it on Cash App and Venmo if you can. But I get it. If you have PayPal, okay, there you go. Let's see. Uber Beaner says, I can't wait for the Samoan sniper to prove his haters wrong. That will happen. That will happen. Omar Kelly reports, so when practice resumes, Tua will have Jalen Waddle, Matt Collins, Isaiah Ford, and Jakeem Grant as his primary weapons. He also has Gaskins, Ahmed, and Gesicki. All right. So there you go. Let's see. What else do we have here? Big O, Zach Thomas, Mark's brothers, Cam Wake, Bob Kuchenberg. Who has the best shot at the Hall of Fame? Well, I still think the Marx brothers aren't ever getting in. If they haven't gotten in by this point, they're done. I don't even know if the veteran committee is going to do it. You know what I'm saying? So that I can't, I don't know. And maybe Bob Kuchenberg, another one that I don't think. I'm not saying they don't deserve to be in because I think we've already had that conversation many times over the years. I'm a strong believer that the Marx brothers have to be in the Hall of Fame. Not should be considered. No. Have to be in the Hall of Fame. They are Hall of Fame talents. No question in my mind. Okay. Now, I don't know if they'll make it. You know what I mean? Don't know. I almost feel like Pat Surtain and Sam Madison may have a better shot. Zach Thomas should make it. There's no reason that he shouldn't be in. Cam Wake, I don't think will make it at all. He's got the sacks, but the rest of the numbers don't really match up. So if Zach Thomas can't make it with his numbers, there's no way Cam Wake makes it. And Zach should make it. Okay. I'm just saying. I love Cam Wake, but his numbers are dwarfed by Zach Thomas. Because it's just one stat that he really excelled at. That's not, Zach had way more, Let's see. James says, Hunter Long day-to-day, so that's great news. It is. It's great news. Hopefully he's not out very long. Ray Grullon says, I see NFL Network is on site in Chicago for the practice. Great to see our team showcase. Thank you, Flores and Greer. Oh, those team practices are very popular, man. Miami Kid Jay, thank you all that helped me out with the Pierre. Thank you. Steven says, De Felipis says, huge, severe thunderstorms in Chicago area right now. Yes, sir. Tunsil played guard as a rookie, then kicked out to tackle. Yeah, James, the league is littered with linemen that have done that. So I just want to remind people because there's too much overreaction. And then people right away are writing, well, this is a disappointment. He's at left guard. No, it's not. It's not a disappointment. Sometimes they bring guys along differently. Okay, so where are we going to go now on the disappointment part? Are we disappointed that Dieter didn't do much in his first 2 years? Okay, that's fine. But we're going to be disappointed that you draft a rookie and he's starting? No. I don't care where he's starting. I don't care if he's a right tackle and you start him at center or left guard or right guard. I don't give a rat's ass. And I gave you the explanation, a very logical explanation on why you would start with Jesse Davis with a young quarterback that's starting in his first year. I think you want some more experience on his blind side. I'm sorry. I think I made a lot of sense there. You know what I'm saying? But it's so easy to write that article of overreacting because that's the one that's going to get clicks. Kind of like Joy Taylor got yesterday. Wow, man, you guys killed that woman. Holy crap. Seriously. Then she put a long-ass explanation. Then she put a picture of her in a Tua jersey. I mean, you look at that girl. How in the hell can you be mad at that woman? Seriously. Come on, man. So she has an opinion. Big deal. We're all going to disagree, But I know how it feels because for many years I pissed off a lot of Dolphin fans. I had a lot of Dolphin fans that, well, why don't you give Joe Philbin a chance? Well, I'm just telling you, he's terrible. Well, why don't you give Tony Sparano a chance? No, he's terrible. Well, why don't you give Cam Cameron? No, he's terrible. And I got killed by some Dolphin fans. There are Dolphin fans that probably will never follow me again. There are Dolphin fans that are pissed off at me because I was brutally honest. It wasn't like I was wrong ever. That's for sure. I wasn't wrong about how crappy and out of control the Dolphins were for many years. I was just calling it like I see it. But it's all cool because now I'm too much of a homer. It's the funny part. So I never win. So I understand what Joy went through yesterday. I've gone through it myself. David says, if Zach doesn't get in next year, none of them do. Cooch is most deserving, but his personal demons and anti-NFL union. Yeah, with Kuchenberg, and I know he passed away and all of that, but I was extremely disappointed with Kuchenberg, the human being. The guy had 3 DUIs, which tells me he must have been driving drunk so many other times, right? And to have 3, look, man, we're all human beings. I make mistakes. You make mistakes. One day we get behind the wheel. We're a little tipsy. We think we're fine. We can make a mistake. I've never had a DUI in my life, but I'm liable of making one of those. I'm 54. I've never made it, but I can't say that I'm perfect. So maybe one day I had a drink or two or whatever, and I think I'm fine. And then I get pulled over and I'm .09 or whatever, barely over, and I get arrested for it. All of us can make that mistake one time. Had a couple of beers, we feel good, but then you get pulled over and then they give you a breathalyzer test and you're, .087, 10, whatever, or 0.10 or whatever. You're barely over, something. But yet you feel good. You're like, you probably could drive, but that's the legal limit and you get arrested. So I get it. Any of us can make that mistake. Kuchenberg lost me with arrest, which tells me that he was, a weapon out in our community on a consistent basis. That could have, luckily he never killed anybody during that time. So Kuch, while he deserves to be in the Hall of Fame for his play, if he doesn't make it, what I'm trying to say is I'm not going to cry a river for him. I'm sorry. I'm not. I'm not. I just, that guy lost me. I'm sorry. I'm not perfect, but I know I won't have 3 DUIs in my lifetime. That's for sure. Big O, they could have drafted Penei Sewell. Yeah. And so how do you know that that's going to work out too? I mean, Tony Mandrich was a can't miss, right? Wasn't he can't miss? Right? So let's not get crazy. Whatever, man. And what if the line is fine? See, the problem is you're already panicking, Ray. Clearly, you can't be in the crypto market. You're panicking, and I've just been talking about this. No football has been played yet. No real football that we can judge these guys by has been played yet. I don't give a crap what anybody's writing. I don't give a crap what anybody's saying. They've had 2 days of padded practices. And they're half-ass padded practices. Let's wait for these practices over the next couple of weeks. Let's watch these next games over the next couple of weeks. And then Ray, okay, when we get into the regular season, when we see them struggle, then maybe we can regret Penei Sewell if you want to do that. But I'm not going to do anything until I actually watch them play. You know what I mean? So you and I are completely different on that. I didn't give up on Dieter in his first 2 years. So what happens if he becomes your starting center now? Then what? Was it a bad pick? No. Just took him a little while to figure it out, like a ton of players in the NFL take a little while to figure it out. Stephen Davis became an all-pro running back. I think it was his like 5th year in the league or something like that. He was a bust the first couple of years. Couldn't do anything. It took, and a running back, think about this, a running back, which that's the one position out of all of them in the NFL that the guys usually make an impact right on their first year. They either have it or they don't. Stephen Davis, it took him like 5 years to figure it out. I could look it up for you, but this history of players taking, a while. Not that we want any player taking 5 years to figure any damn thing out. Okay, I mean, let's also be honest here. But I'm just saying that if you think that it's that easy and that everybody makes the immediate transition, that's just not the case, man. It's just not the case. Here we go. Stephen Davis. Okay, Stephen Davis had a total of, where are we at here on rushing yards? Here we go. First year, 96, 139 yards and 2 touchdowns. Second year, 567 and 3 touchdowns. Third year, he played 12 games out of 16. He started 12 games. He had a total of 109 yards and no touchdowns. His fourth year, okay, 1,405 yards and 17 touchdowns. Then he had 1,311 touchdowns, 1,405 touchdowns, 820 and 7 touchdowns, 1,444 and 8. You see what I'm saying? Let's not give up on people right away. Let's not panic right away like my boy here is panicking, Ray. Give it some time, folks. Okay? Give it some time. It's just, it makes no sense right now to, oh my God, we drafted the wrong guy. Yeah. Let's see. And by the way, if Jalen Waddle becomes your number 1 wide receiver, that becomes as important too. That's incredibly important. Okay. Let's see. What else do we have here going on besides my man Ray freaking out on me? Now, I lost my spot here. Thank you. Oh, Alexa V is in the house. The president. There we go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Brandon goes, these damn Russian bots. Big O, unfortunately, they will always create a new Google account, but you just block them. Yeah, it doesn't matter if they create it. Once they show up again, if you're going to be abusive, you guys know it. Those of you that have been around, you know how it is. I don't mind if we agree or disagree or anything, but not if, okay, we disagree, fine, you made your point. It's over. That's it. Remember, I forgot those guys' names when we first started this thing. There were like 2 idiots that kept like bashing Chris Greer. I wonder how they were last year watching the team win 10 games. I wonder if they finally said, man, we really made a-holes of ourselves on that chat board. Let's see. Maria says, Big O, listening from Los Lagos, Chile. Following you for years. Thank you for the show. Thank you, Maria, out in Chile. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We got several ladies that listen to the show, man. That's pretty cool. I love it, man. When we got the ladies involved in the sports, it's a beautiful thing. Big O, who are the wide receivers you think will stick with the Fins? Ian, I've talked about this before already. The guys, okay, now, remember, we are going to do this based on health, my friend, okay? Remember, we're doing this if everybody is healthy. Because, Devontae Parker. But anyway, all right, here we go. You ready? Devontae Parker, Will Fuller, Jakeem Grant, Jalen Waddle, not in that order, but I'm just telling you who I think will end up making it when it's all said and done. Malcolm Perry, Mac Hollins, and if they want to keep Albert Wilson, they do. If not, they trade him. There you go. Everybody else gone. Okay? Maybe Lynn Bowden Jr. if he does something, or maybe they stash him on the practice squad. I've thought for sure Lynn Bowden and Malcolm Perry would be in it. They might, Mac Hollins may change that. So it's up to Lynn Bowden Jr. to make an impact in the preseason here, because Mac Hollins is a guy that's a great special teamer. So if he can be a reliable receiver, that takes away from Lynn Bowden. Lynn Bowden needs to become a more prepared receiver over the next month to unseat Mac Hollins. And I had Mac out and LBJ in, but he's just been dropping balls and all that other stuff. And so let's give him a month, obviously, but he could be the guy that's outside looking in when it's all said and done. Listen, we'll have a better feel in a couple weeks. Like I said, they haven't played real football. We got to give them a little time. Okay. Sheba is even going up. That's crazy stuff, man. Hope you all are, hope you stayed strong in the crypto market, because if you did, you're loving life. Oh, how comfortable are you with the Finns safeties? Well, I'm a Javon Holland guy, dude. So, yeah, I'm very comfortable with the Finn safeties. Now, they're young. They're rookies, So when you have a Jalen Waddle, there's going to be growing pains. When you have a Javon Holland, there's going to be growing pains. So young players, there's still that learning curve for them. But I love Javon Holland. I think he's going to be a star, actually, when it's all said and done. Listen, in the end, I'm comfortable with Greer and Flo. And they have shown me that they have improved from year to year, and they improve from the beginning of the season to the end of the season. They're always a better team so far in the first 2 years. So I'm going to trust them now. That's where I'm at. I'm not going to jump the gun now. I could question Philbin, and I can question Sperano, and I can question Cam Cameron. I can question Dave Wanstead, because there was a reason to question these people. I can question Adam Gase. But these guys have given me very little to question, because the results speak for themselves. So if they like the safeties and they are very demanding of that secondary, then I'm going to go along with it. They're going to show me improvement. You know what I mean? Let's see. We've got Libardo saying, oh no, that's the one I read right now. I want to see Dokes play in the preseason. Alfredo, but he might get some time here over the next couple days. He's going to get a lot in the game 3. That's for sure. But he should get plenty of time in the second half of some of these games. He's going to have to work his way up, and he's got a lot of guys in front of him. But I'm with you. I want to see Dokes too. I want to see all the draft picks, obviously. Let's see. Good morning. All you know is this Brazilian beast, third left guard, Duval Queiroz Neto. Well, apparently this is a kid that's got a lot of physical ability. He's strong. We just got to see him grow into the position. But this isn't one of those guys that they've had around now for a couple years. Let's see what happens this year if he becomes a bigger part of what they do on that D. Just got out of his bunker after January 6th. Okay, I don't know what that means. I see what you're saying. For Blade? Okay. Richard Hernandez says, what's up? Don Parlamento says, PayPal, baby. That's right. Jimmy 10. Ian from Brooklyn says, Big O, who are the... Okay, we read that. Steve Chapman, don't give up on the Marks brothers. Donnie Shell just got in this year. I'm not giving up on the Marks brothers. I'm giving up on the system. It's what I'm giving up on. And here's the difference. Donnie Shell has at least 4 rings, right? At least 3 to 4 rings, right? I think he was on all those Steeler teams. They treat you differently, man, when you win a championship. They just do. And there's no championships for those guys. Cooch got screwed. Yeah. But I don't feel sorry for him. Sorry. When you carry yourself that way, I can't do it, man. Just came from a member tour of the new facility, went down the slide, and the new digs are quite impressive. Oh, nice job by you, Sergio. Marco Romero says, I started following Big O because he was real. Ha ha. Thank you. I am. Yeah, I'm here. I'm not a hologram. No, I know what you mean. I'm just having some fun. Let's see. Big O, I was so mad at you so often the first couple years. I listened to you, but then started seeing you were right most of the time. Haven't heard you on QAM lately. Yeah, I know you never will again. That's for damn sure. I would never, ever work for that company ever again. And especially the clown that's in charge. That clown, man, that fool doesn't know that fool doesn't know a radio knob if it was glued to his a-hole. The Dolphins need to understand it's just an opinion. Oh, you're talking about Joy. Yeah, man. I mean, I thought it was kind of weird. Why are we going after the woman? Not we. Why are the Dolphins, some of the Dolphins, so livid about it, bro? She, whatever whether it's with Burrow, she looks at it differently than Tua, and maybe it's because it's a knee and a hip, and the hip is obviously a real challenging thing, but it's not impossible anymore to come back from stuff like that. What's concerning, Big O, is that they are searching for tackle depth. At least that's what the news is being reported. I think they're searching for everything at this point in time. And depth, you make it sound like everybody's got depth. Hell, do you realize that we used to struggle to have 5? We used to struggle to have 3 good linemen on a team. That's kind of what's been the last 20 years. Once in a while you had, when the Brandon Albert group and all that, and Pouncey, when they could stay healthy, you might keep 3 of them around. And they were pretty good, but they weren't healthy a lot of times. So don't worry. So they found 5 to depth. That's progress, my friend. It's like I tell people with crypto at times. They look at it in the micro, and I say, don't ever look at it in micro, look at it in macro, right? Because, example, Ethereum right now is like at 3,200, right? 5-6 months ago, we were stuck at 1,500 for like a month or two. 1,600, it stayed there, all that. Those of us that were smart were accumulating Ethereum at that time. Some people were probably panicking. It climbed to 4,000. So then you're happy, right? And then it dropped right back down to as low as 1,750, right? But you cannot panic with all of this. You have to stay the course. And eventually it bounces back. You know what I'm saying? And look where it's at now, at 3,200. So you've got to patience, man. Patience. Everything will work out. Don't panic on all of this. So the big picture, they couldn't find 5. So if they feel pretty good about their starters, but they might need a little depth, how about let's give them credit for being responsible if they really are looking for any depth. If they feel they need to improve, then they need to improve. If Flo don't like you coaching, he fires your ass and he goes and finds another. I don't have a problem with any of this, man. Again, what's the track record so far? 5 wins, 10 wins. What's the track record? From game 1 to game 17, week 17. You've improved, right? Don't fall for the FUD. Don't fall for the people that have to write about the drama. Oh, they're interested in Watson. After all that mental masturbation, all those articles that Florio and Beasley wrote, they wrote it and they wasted everybody's time because it was never true. They were committed to Tua. They weren't trying to get rid of Tua. And in the end, the guy has a sexual assault case that he's got to go through with 22 different women. So it was all a bunch of bullcrap. But plenty of you fell for the FUD. Can't fall for it, man. Got to stay strong in all of this. Let's see. Need more V in my life, like V-Chain. Michael Pulisic says, they still bash Greer. They're already criticizing the draft. It's crazy. I mean, it's stupid. In the end, dude, if Tua plays ball and he's a baller, okay, so the GM found the coach and found the quarterback. Who does that? Who's done that in the history of the Miami Dolphins? Tried no one. Okay? Try absolutely no one. Just tell some when somebody bashes Greer, okay, you tell them, well, you like Flo, right? So if they hit on Tua, hey, why don't you name another Dolphins general manager that found a coach and a quarterback? Please. Please tell me. Please tell me, who is that Dolphins general manager? They've been around for 50 years. Do they have one general manager that hired a coach and found the quarterback? And they'll go, hum. And okay, dude, so go get the hell out of my face and stop complaining about a cornerback or a guard or whatever that's going on. They didn't have a coach here for years. They didn't have a quarterback here since Marino, and you're going to complain? The hell out of here. Best news of the day, Hunter Long. High on this kid. Soft hands, smooth route runner. That's what Steven is saying. Fran Tarkenton was drafted by the Vikings, went to the Giants, and then back to the Vikings. Took him 5 to 6 years, but he figured it out. 3 Super Bowls and a Hall of Famer later. By the way, Len Dawson's the same thing. Len Dawson was, I believe, stuck with the Browns as a backup. And Hank Stram calls Paul Brown and says, hey, I know you've got Len Dawson on the bench. I'd love to trade for him. And he says, Hank, I want to tell you, Len doesn't have it. He might get you fired. So Hank Stram still traded for Len Dawson. And Paul Brown is Paul Brown. But this is why Hank Stram became Hank Stram too, because he was right about Len Dawson. And while Paul Brown is a legend, doesn't mean he's perfect. He was wrong about Len Dawson. And Len Dawson also went on to win a Super Bowl and went to the Hall of Fame. League is littered with players like that, man. Man, we have Cam Wake. We have Oronde Gadsden. Come on. Come on. I mean, Mark Dixon. I mean, come on. Really? Poor Mark Dixon. Didn't get any love coming out of college. Has to go up to Canada, then comes back and was a blessing for the Miami Dolphins. Cam Wake, rejected by the Giants, rejected by the NFL, goes to freeze his ass up with the CFL and back in, I think it was the BC Lions, and back with the Dolphins, and it was a blessing. The guy will end up on the Ring of Honor. And he was a class act, too, on top of all of that guy. Cam Wake was just a real man's man. He was a good dude, man. That's the guy you root. See, that's the difference between him and Kuchenberg. That's where, you tell me, hey, no, give me Cam Wake. Oh, so Trap Hewitt saw him play in Philadelphia, destroyed the Eagles. There you go. Big mistake to get a non-telling look at Tua and blow Fitz's chances while he was clearly balling. Yeah, I know. It's a huge mistake, right? I know, because Fitz has taken so many teams to the playoffs. He's won so many playoff games. I mean, have you been to Fitz's house? I think he's got as much hardware as Tom Brady. You are so correct, bro. Yeah, you got to hang on to the guy that's never done it. You're right, bro. Way to go there, bro. Nice job by you, sir. Let's see. Not really. Okay, well, yeah, it's Big O going to do any fantasy? Well, I tried to sign up to my boys' fantasy league, but it was full. Big O, this current format, you do your best, in my opinion. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. You are very nice. As always, NorCal, you've always been in our corner. Let's see. What else do we have here? Hoping 83, Kirk Merrick makes the team. He's a small, guaranteed deal, and he's making some progress in a crowded wide receiver room. Robert Foster, another short money guarantee guy, 3 days till Chicago. Yeah, you're right. And, I'm glad you brought up Foster making the roster, because the kid is actually, he's making life impossible for these guys to decide who to keep and who to let go. But remember, the back end of the receivers, if you're not one of the top 3 or 4 guys, that next half, those guys must help you out on special teams. So if they're strictly like Albert Wilson hurts you because he doesn't help you on special teams. So he has to be absolutely dominant as a wide receiver. He has to be so dominant that you have to want to then say, well, Will Fuller, Jalen Waddle, okay, are we cutting Preston? Are we cutting Devontae Parker to add Albert Wilson? Because Albert Wilson becomes your fifth. All of a sudden, that fifth and sixth and seventh guy, they need to help you out on special teams. They got to be gunners. They got to be returners. They got to do something, dude. That's the thing that I see Albert Wilson getting traded if everybody is healthy, because he might be able to bring something back too at the same time. Trading Parker is going to be a lot harder because he's so injury prone. That's the difference. And Wilson's salary is a lot easier to swallow for teams than it will be for Parker's. Okay. What else? Big O, I agree with you. Eichenberg take, and the narrative of looking for O-line tackle depth is more due to losing Fluker than the kid's issue. Yeah. And do you mind them looking for any kind of depth? I don't. I have no problem with that. That's actually, remember I had a segment that I talked about how Chris Greer is the anticipatory GM out there. Remember we talked about that? Because I told you how what's it called? Tua is an anticipatory thrower, something that Ryan Tannehill could never do. This is a kid that's got that kind of feel. It's the same thing with Greer. Greer plans 3 steps ahead. That's what he does. And that's what a good GM does. So instead of like using it like a negative, like who makes it sound like after 2 years of rebuilding a team from scratch, you're going to have every position filled and solved? Where does that make any sense? Again, FUD, drama. Let's write the bullshit. Let's get people pissed off, and we get them, all riled up. Barry Jackson says, per source, hearing optimistic things on Dolphins tight end Hunter Long's knee. I expect him to be available this season. Don't expect him to be out for a long time. No surgery. So there you go. It's probably a bone bruise. It's probably a hyperextension of the knee. So one of those kind of things that takes a few weeks to get through. People get on Joy Taylor, but I will caution people to reserve their assessment till the season starts. I just don't find it right to be jamming on the young lady because of an opinion. She might be right, and she might be wrong. And guess what? It's sports. We're going to be wrong a lot. We're not going to get everything right. Come on, man. They pay you for your opinion. You listen because of the opinion, or you watch because of the opinion. And then if you don't like the opinion, then they've got to be an asshole. No, it's just a difference of opinion. Let it go, man. It's not the end of the world. The woman has a Tua jersey. She's a Dolphin. She wants the Dolphins. I want the Heat to win. Dude, I'm super concerned about that Jimmy Butler contract and the Kyle Lowry contract. I am. Maybe this year is not so bad, but I am worried a couple years down the line. Does that mean that I hate it? Like I hate the team and I'm not going to root for them and I'm anti-Heat or anything? No, man. I love the Heat. I want them to win the championship every year, but you pay me to do an opinion, right? You listen because of an opinion. Well, sometimes that opinion you're not going to agree with, and sometimes it's going to piss you off. But it's not because she's against the Dolphins or I'm against the Heat. It's just a concern I have, and you can bring it up, and she's entitled to it also. Last time I checked, bro, it is America. Remember the video of Wake grabbing the dollar bill from the ceiling? Yeah. The best video of Cam Wake's career is when he blows out his Achilles tendon. I want to pause a second just to let that marinate there, because you go, wait a minute. This idiot thinks that the best video moment of Cam Wake is when he blows his Achilles tendon? Yeah, I do. I want you to go back and watch that video. Cam Wake blows his Achilles tendon and then continues to march on with 1 foot out after the quarterback. How many people do that? You blow out your Achilles tendon, you are going, down goes Frazier. Down goes Frazier. That's what happens to you when you blow out an Achilles tendon. You grab your ankle. My ankle's on fire. Did somebody shoot me from the stands? What the hell is going on? That's what happens with your Achilles tendon. Not Cam Wake, dude. No. Cam Wake blew his Achilles tendon and then keeps hopping after the quarterback. Not that he had a shot in hell at getting at him, but it shows you his character, shows you his heart, shows you his fight. Loved it. One of my favorite moments of Cam Wake. Our number 3 is next. For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
This is the Big O Show.
There's many ways to support our program, from subscribing and liking the show to visiting our terrific sponsors. Another way is using Cash App. If you would like to donate to the show and help us grow, download Cash App and search Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show. We appreciate your support as we continue to build the best sports show on the planet for South Florida sports fans. Support the Big O Show by using Cash App and donate to Cash Big O Show. Thank you for your incredibly loyal support.
This is the Big O Show.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available, from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.
All righty, welcome back. Our número 3 is on the air. There we go. You know, Eric from EJD was asking about VThor token, and I talked about it yesterday that, you know, it's a good investment, and that thing is up 29% today. So if you took our advice yesterday, we said, yeah, it's a good investment. Take it. It's not bad. I got a little money in it. Not too much, but I got a little money in it. But it's up 29% right now. It's freaking awesome. Anyway, that thing, if that thing gets to a couple pennies, yeah, it's actually going to make some folks some money. Let's see, what else do we have here? I don't see anything yet on the practicing so far. I will keep you updated. Big O from Rock Bear, just purchased my tickets to the Dolphins in London. I can understand why U.S. fans may be pissed that the team is playing in the UK, but I'm a UK fan of over 40 years. Can't wait. Yeah, but Rock Bear, they're not as pissed this year. You know why, right? They're not playing a home game there. That's the Jags home game. So that's where they really get pissed off, my brother, because really, if they're in San Francisco or London, who gives a crap? You know what I mean? If they're in New York or in London, who cares? They're not in Miami. But when they really get pissed, my brother, it's when they lose a home game. So instead of the 8 games, they get 7. Remember, football, you wait all year for football, man. And when it gets here, there's only 8 of those games. 9 in this case now, right, with 17? 9, maybe 9 road, 9 home, whatever. But the point is that fans hate losing a home game. And that's what they didn't lose this year, from what I understand. That was the Jags game. So that's where, and the Jags are kind of London's team anyway, even though the Dolphins have way more fans than the Jags in London, I would imagine. But yeah, enjoy the game. You deserve it, man. You guys, listen, I know a lot of fans that live out, across the pond, and they love the Dolphins. The Dolphins have a hell of a following overseas. So why not? Eventually, the NFL will be overseas. They'll put 2 teams out there somewhere, man. But they will put it. London is like the logical choice. I don't know where the second one will be, but London should be the obvious choice where you have it. Do you have an early prediction, Ray says, for us in week 1 in New England? We usually have lots of trouble up there, rough schedule early on. I say it's a win. Yeah. I say it's a win. So there you go. I'm going with a Victoria. V-chain victory. All right. Or V-Thor. So win. Let's see. What else do we have here? Wake injury was heartbreaking because his heart. Yeah. He left it all on the field all the time, man. All the time. Appreciate all of you chiming in and giving us some love on the chat board. Remember, you can send in your comments. You can also reach out to us by email, BigORadioShow@yahoo.com. Twitter, Big O Show. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you smash the hell out of the like button. The other thing that's great, if you can, share the link, okay? A podcast, if you're watching on YouTube, whatever. If you're listening to the podcast at any time, please smash the like button. Send me a question, a comment, a complaint, whatever you want to do. We will read them all, good or bad. And, of course, you can always make a donation, a Cash App or Venmo, Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show. Raging Kane says, it's such a pleasure to be able to listen to a quality sports show during the day. Well, thank you, man. That's very nice of you. Very nice of you. Quality and me never really actually, collide. So the fact that somebody actually even uses it's pretty brave on your part. But thank you. I appreciate you, my man. Appreciate you. We're trying, man. We're trying as hard as we can to give you guys a real sports talk show every single day, talking about all the major stories locally and some of them nationally also that's going on. I don't see anything yet coming out of Chicago for the Dolphins practices. I'm looking at I'm looking at the feed right now with all the beat guys, and it looks like I guess not enough. I guess the Lightning must continue right now, and maybe that's why they haven't practiced. Let me check in also with Poupart and see if he wants to call in now. And maybe we get the report in a little earlier than 12:30. If he's not doing anything right now and he's sitting out there just watching lightning go by, then he can get on the phone and talk to us a little bit, because we're obviously not going to get him after practice anymore, because by the time practice is done, we're off the air already, because we're headed into the final hour of the show right now. Well, sometimes we might go past 1 o'clock. You never know. You never know. You know me, I can just keep talking and it just goes on. Big O, I have a complaint. You never and should have bought a radio station. Oh, you never and should have bought a radio station. Alexander, we don't need a radio station anymore. radio stations are obsolete. We don't listen to radio that much anymore. Plus the FCC and all that crap. You don't need any of that. What I need, if I wanted to do a station again, it would be a digital station. You don't need a signal anymore. Everybody's got a smartphone, a smart car, smart TV. They can follow you everywhere with what's it called? Okay, so we are going to get Alan on now. So how about that? All right. So yeah, it's digital, man. That's the world now. And that's what I was trying to do. I'm still trying to do it a little bit, but I'm kind of focused on this right now. I think it's a good thing that we do it this way. All right, let's have some fun. Let's get in our Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Insiders Report, of course, with the one and only Alan Poupart. He is always kind enough to join us here on the program. Let's bring him aboard. He is live in Chicago, dodging lightning. Are you still dodging the lightning?
No, we're actually inside, and I'm going to apologize in advance if a couple of times I have to ask you to repeat because it's very loud out here. We're actually inside the Walter Payton Center. The teams are warming up now, and we're looking to maybe restart practice after a delay now of running about an hour.
I got to tell you, I met him personally only one time. And I was at the Homestead Motor Speedway. And remember, at the end of Walter's career, he got into auto racing. So I'm down there at the Homestead Motor Speedway, and Walter's there with his race team. And that, to me, that next to Marino, that's my favorite player of all time, dude. Walter Payton, man. I love that guy.
No, I'm a great player. And by all accounts, I never met him, but by all accounts, a great human being on top of everything.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah, it's pretty cool. The WPC, they call it.
Yeah, good dude, man. A legend. All right, so the good news is Gesicki's going to be on the field, right?
Yeah, he's out here.
Okay.
And even better news, Jalen Phillips is out here as well.
All right.
First time practicing in about a week or so. But the encouraging sign was at the end of practice on Sunday when the players were doing wind sprints. Phillips joined them, which was like sort of an indication right there that he was like on the verge of being back, and he's out here today.
All right, I love that. You know, some people have made a big stink about Eichenberg being at left guard, and, you know, you're a patient football fan, and I tell people sometimes to stop overreacting about that because so many years and so many players over the history of the NFL, especially on the O-line, young guys sometimes start at different positions, and then they're moved to their natural position. Plus, I was explaining to Dolphin fans that I bet the coaching staff is saying, well, we've got a lefty quarterback and his blind side's the right side. That's a lot of pressure to put a youngster also there. Let's put Jesse Davis, a seasoned veteran, to be able to handle the pressures of protecting Tua's blind side and not have to just learn the game and also protect, you know, Tua. That's a lot for Eichenberg. So I kind of understand this move in the logical part of it.
Well, two important points to make here is number one is Eichenberg played left tackle at Notre Dame, and he has said that the transition to the right side has been maybe a little bit tougher than he might have anticipated. So that's one thing, number one. Number two, the point you made absolutely makes a lot of sense. And the other thing I would add is let's not forget that Laramie Tunsil, after a brilliant career as a left tackle at Ole Miss, came to the Dolphins and played guard his rookie season before they switched him outside, where he became one of the best in the league, allowing the Dolphins to get that incredible return when they traded him to Houston.
Right, exactly. So that's why, there's too much, like in crypto, there's a lot of FUD and people panic. And it seems like we have that in sports media, that people want to just throw some FUD out there because it creates that controversy and the clicks. You know what I mean? To create, desperation.
No, and the biggest issue is going to be let's not worry so much about where he's lining up. The fact that the Dolphins gave up a 2022 third-round pick to move up 8 spots in the second round this year to get him pretty much tells you he should be starting right away. I mean, that should be the bar. Let's not worry so much about where he starts, but the fact that he indeed does start and he plays well, whether it's at right tackle or at left guard.
No Parker, no Fuller, and no Albert Wilson, right? Three big names missing here for this scrimmage. on the 3 receivers that are missing.
Correct. All 3 are out. Fuller, not a big surprise. The dude hasn't practiced since early in the first practice of training camp. As far as Parker is concerned, he's been on and off. You're going against a different team where the tempo ramps up. Not a shocker. And then Wilson missed the last practice, walked onto the field with a compression sleeve on his leg. So not necessarily a big surprise. The other one who's not there of significance is Hunter Long, the rookie tight end from Boston College, who sustained what looked like a fairly significant injury, carted off the field. Brian Flores told us this morning he's day-to-day, but here's the thing. Flores already has told us that everybody's going to be day-to-day. Will Fuller's been day-to-day for 2 weeks now. So I think, let's just say to me, I think it's going to be more like week-to-week for Hunter Long than day-to-day, but that's the stance that Flores has taken. Let's just say he's not out here, he's not playing Saturday.
Now, you and I didn't sleep at a Holiday Inn last night, or maybe you did, actually. You are on the road. Maybe you did sleep at a Holiday Inn. But from our experiences, what I pick up from this is if he doesn't need surgery, then that tells me that it's either a hyperextension or a bone bruise or something like that, which you're right. It's probably going to take a couple of weeks.
No, correct, and that's the hope. And no, as a matter of fact, now that you mention him, I see him on the field. Not in pads, but he's got shorts. He's got his jersey on, which I would take as an incredibly encouraging sign.
Yeah.
Given what we saw at practice on Sunday when the card coming out, the fact that he's even out here making the trip. Yeah, that's really, really, really good news that it's not going to be long term. I'm certainly not going to speculate as to how long. Like I said, he's certainly not going to practice this week or play in the preseason opener, but just his mere presence on the field here today tells me that, that's really, really encouraging news.
Well, we have what they call the Greek freak, and he came back from a hyperextension knee. Well, maybe we have the BC freak, and he can come back from a hyperextension knee. How big is these practices for Tua now in the next couple of days?
Well, it's all part of the whole process of improvement and taking that step forward that everybody wants to see in 2021. And going against another team in joint practices, which is a whole other level, as we've spoken before, than a regular practice. That's significant, and we are going to see it's a lot bigger measure. And now I'm told I have to wear a mask because we're inside, so I don't know how this is going to work.
Oh, that's fine. And listen, they're already starting to practice. Go do your work, bro. I appreciate you checking in. If anything breaks, give us a ring, and we'll put you up. All right?
Sounds like a plan. You got it, Big O.
You got it, baby. You be good. There you go. The great Alan Poupart. Yes, sir. With our Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Insiders Report. The practice hasn't happened yet, so there really isn't a lot to get from him at this point. I don't know if maybe, they're starting practice now. I don't know if we'll be on till the end of practice, but you just never know. You just never know. But anyway, I just wanted to touch base a little bit with him because I know things were running late because of the weather, but we appreciate Alan Poupart joining us here on the program and talking a little Miami Dolphins. If you've got any questions, any comments, any concerns, send it in, baby, right here on the YouTube chat board. You can also reach out to us on Twitter at Big O Show, and also on the Yahoo email, Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com. That's Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com. Cash App and Venmo, it's Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show. Hussein says, I'm all about supporting local reporters more than anything, and been doing it for a while just so I can read Omar, Dave, and however the Sentinel is so expensive, I have to pay $15 a month just to read the sports articles. Well, they got a deal going on now. So what you do is, okay, if you're paying the higher price right now, I didn't tell you this. This is between us. This is a secret, okay? Don't share it. What you do is you cancel your subscription. And if you have, your wife or your girlfriend, your boyfriend, your husband, whatever, somebody that lives with you, your son, your daughter, whatever, then you have them subscribe in their name. And then you're paying the $1 a month or whatever. They have some deal going on right now. Go check out the Dave Hyde link. There's a Dave Hyde link, and it's really cheap now for a couple months. So take advantage. That's it. And then when the price goes back up, then you can cancel before. And I'm just saying, I'm just trying to look out for you. Okay? Not a financial advisor. Just telling you what others do that I hear. I hear they do these kind of things. Okay? I've heard some other people do stuff like that. So I just wanted to kind of share it with you there. All right? Do you think the Dolphins keep Albert Wilson given his injury history? I think they trade him if everybody's healthy. I do. I think they showcase him and they trade him because of the injury history, because his salary was cut. And so he has an easier salary to trade. So if you have Devontae and Albert healthy, they'll probably keep Devontae because they'll get less in value because of the salary, and they'll get more maybe for Albert Wilson because of the salary and because he looks good, and he's already, 3 years removed or 2 years removed from that injury. Okay? So I mean, that's my guess right now. Let's wait till they actually, play football over the next couple of weeks, and then we'll find out. Who knows, man? The sad part is this game is so brutal. We may have a few guys that get injured, and then the decisions are already made for you. And it's obvious who are the 6 are going to stay. It might be a completely different discussion a couple of weeks from now. So let's wait till everything develops. Let's see. Big O, you like Cuban coffee? Yes, I do. I don't drink a lot of Cuban coffee. I drink it every once in a while. I'll tell you this. I love having Cuban coffee when I'm smoking a cigar. Oh, doggy, that is awesome. Smoking a cigar and you take a shot of Cuban coffee, that's good. That's a good combination right there. I'll tell you that. Big O against New England. Rowe gets one of the tight ends. Who do you stick on the other? Greg Wood. Greg Sporting Wood, by the way, because, if we could give you a nickname, we're going to give you a nickname here on the show. Greg Sporting Wood, I love you, dude. I love you, brother. You know why? Because you're going to lead me to something that I wanted to talk about today. I do. Yes. Okay. So Rowe gets one of the safeties, or Javon Holland gets one of the tight ends, right? Who says there's going to be another tight end on the field? Hunter Long has never played a full season. Hunter Long missed an entire season just a couple of years ago. Hunter Long played the most games he's played in his career last year, heading into free agency, 14 games. Hunter Long, I'm sorry. I keep saying Hunter Long, right? It's Hunter Henry. Hunter Henry is already injured. He's got a shoulder injury. They're hoping he's out for a few weeks. They think he'll be available for the Dolphins game. So that's the other thing that I want to run by people, that, the Patriots signed 2 tight ends, but they only signed one that actually plays a lot of football, and that's Jonnu Smith. The other guy, Hunter Henry, he's a sack of injuries, dude. He's never played a full season. He's never healthy. And this guy, they haven't even started hitting, and the guy's injured already with a shoulder injury. So I want to remind people, I didn't even need your question. I'm just, it's funny that you led me to that, but I had it here in my notes, right? Because Hunter, that's the funny part. He's got a shoulder injury, never played a full season, played 14 games last year. He signed a 3-year, $37 million deal. And this happens all the time in pro sports. When the guy is headed for his final year in free agency, he finds a way to stay on the field. He fights through whatever he can so he can be as productive as possible and then sell it to the team that he is obviously going to sign with in free agency. And, and they sit there going, well, he's got an injury history. Yeah, but he played 14 games last year. So maybe he's turning the corner and this and that. No, he's not. Hunter Henry is a guy that breaks down all the effing time. So don't even think that it's etched in stone that you're going to be facing 2 tight ends that put fear in you with the New England Patriots. Why? Because they signed one that is incredibly unreliable. And the Hunter Henry injury reminds you that he is unreliable. So don't be that concerned about it. And again, if Cam Newton is playing, I'm not concerned. Cam Newton is not the passer. If Miami is better against the run this year, which I expect them to be, they got, Bernardrick McKinney and company are going to be much better against the run this year. I guarantee you that. Cam Newton is not going to beat Miami this time around. It's just not going to happen. So the Dolphins are going to beat the Patriots in week 1. I'm not worried about Hunter Henry because he probably won't be there. And if he lines up, he won't even last the game. I don't fear Cam Newton, and I'm not going to fear a rookie quarterback either. Okay? I think Javon Holland is going to do a fantastic job in the middle of the field. He's going to have some bumps and bruises along the way. He's a rookie. He's going to have some learning moments, but I think he's the kind of dude that's got the kind of juice that will turn the corner quickly for the Dolphins and become the guy. Okay? And by the way, wasn't that cool? That was cool to get the report from Alan Poupart that Hunter Long is on the field hanging out with his teammates, not dressed for football, but dressed in his jersey, and so he's standing, he's able to walk on that knee. That's why I'm telling you, that tells me it's hyperextension or bone bruise, or maybe even a sprained knee, something like that. But something that's going to take a couple of weeks to kind of get through it. Okay. The Sentinel, by the way, says the tropical storm Fred strengthened late Wednesday morning, and it brushed the Dominican Republic and remained on a course that could take it to Florida by the end of the week. So there you go. It's supposed to be on the West Coast, so our friends on the West Coast, please be careful, although we still should get some wind and rain and all that kind of stuff. But our friends on the West Coast, and especially the Keys, we got to be careful. Okay? Please be responsible out there. Big O, activate the phone calls. Ha, ha, ha. That's one thing I'm never going to do. I'm not going to do any phone calls. I learned something at Onside Radio. We installed the phones, and they were great for the interviews, but it really, everybody was reaching out to us by text and by tweets and things like that. The phones didn't ring much. So that tells me that that's an expense that I'm never going to take on because it's just not worth it. There aren't enough people that are going to call. And in today's world, you're calling people less. You're texting them more. So it kind of goes with what's going on now, and it's more about the texting. And you guys send in texts, and I read them. I exchange with you guys, so you don't have to worry about that. Keep it as it is, Big O. This format is far superior to any traditional radio programming. I think so. I think so too. I mean, it's the way it's gone. I mean, give me a break. Everything's grown from the listeners to the viewers on YouTube. It is just absolutely sick, the numbers that we're producing. And I can't say enough about all the good things that you guys have done to help us move forward and hopefully get to where we need to be. Pat in Asheville says they absolutely keep Albert Wilson the way he's been practicing. You could be right, Pat. You could be right. Now, he just got injured. So he's got the injury history, too. Got to be careful. Let's see. Injury-prone Hunter Henry. Sorry, Pats. He will not play a full season. No, he won't. Dougie Fresh says, Cam had his best game of the season against us, but it was his first game. It was their home. They rushed for 220. Cam wore Captain Kangaroo outfit to the presser. Yes. Jose says, Albert Wilson's only been injured once, although serious. Blame Adam Gase for his injury. Use him heavily. I don't know if he can be used heavily. He's not a big player. You know what I mean? He's kind of a slot guy is more what he is than anything else. I don't know if I would use him heavily. I definitely want to get Jalen Waddle involved, and I want to get Will Fuller on the field. When you get Will Fuller and Jalen Waddle on the field, that's going to be a lot of fun. And Gesicki working the middle of the field, that's going to be a terror, man. That's going to be an absolute terror watching that. I think the Dolphins offense has so much potential to be one of the better offenses in the league, believe it or not. I know that sounds crazy because you're talking about a second-year quarterback who's going into his first year as a starter full-time, and there's a lot of, weapons, and they're still improving on the O-line, but I love their weapons. And I think they have all the potential in the world of being that impact offense that can score a lot of points and put pressure on teams. Call me crazy. If you want, you can call me crazy, but I really believe that. Cam was not the same after COVID. He would have had other good games if he had not gotten sick. The question is how that carries over this year. Hank, he's never been able to pass. COVID has nothing to do with that. He sucks as a passer. He's inaccurate. He's an athlete. He's a freak. The Lord gave him a body that was just amazing. And so that's what he lives on his legs, not on his arm. So it's just one of those. It's a lot like Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson isn't a good passer. He can only work the middle of the field. He's just not a great passer. He has to run in order to pass. And if his legs aren't working and if the running game isn't a threat, which is what they've done to him in the playoffs, that they've shut out the run, he can't beat you with his arm. Cam Newton's never going to beat you with his arm. Lamar Jackson doesn't beat you with his arm. They need their legs to be the effective player that they are. And Cam is even worse. Lamar's doesn't have great accuracy, and he's still better than Cam. I disagree with you, Hank, on that one, my man. Let's see. Okay, no phones, but how about a cooking segment? Now, that may work. That may work. I mean, you tell a fat person to come up with a kitchen segment, we're all in, bro. Imagine the speed of Wilson, Fuller, Waddle, and Grant with a 4 wide receiver set. I've actually said that myself. Yeah. Greg Sportenwood says offense could be great. Defense has shown flashes of greatness. Just imagine if both sides click this year. A lot of potential. Finally, things are going to click, man. I'm not that concerned, actually. I think everything's going to work out when it's all said and done. We just have to be patient and let it happen. The other thing is, this turnaround has been super quick. In your second year, you win 10 games, and your third year, if you can get to the playoffs, that would be awesome. All right, we got over the 100 mark on the likes. I appreciate it. We got 2 dislikes. We got 2 thumbs down. All right. There we go. Little hate. Spread the hate. I mean, what have I must have said, what have I said that I pissed somebody off? Those 2 people really dislike me, right? They probably just got on to just hit the thumbs down button. That's all. It's awesome. Oh, I love it. All right, Marlins, by the way, lost to the Padres yesterday, 6-5. They're now 20 games under 500. And Brinson did have an RBI, had a hit, 268. Rojas had a couple of RBIs at 275. They've lost 5 in a row. Sandy Alcantara, by the way, is on the mound today, this afternoon, actually, 4:10, a little getaway day for the Miami Marlins. It's a shame, right? It really is a shame. I hope that this ownership does something next year to actually sell the franchise to fans, because right now they're not doing enough to sell the franchise to the fans out there. What else did I want to from the loser department, we got to get into this one. Dennis Schroeder. Did you guys see this? Dennis Schroeder ended up signing a deal with the Patriots. I mean, with the Boston Celtics. Still a Boston team, right? And so this kid ended up signing a 1-year, $5.9 million deal with the Celtics. This idiot turned down, he of the gold hair streak in his head, turned down a 4-year, $84 million extension with the Lakers. So he bet on himself and he lost. He thought he had more money out there. Then here comes free agency. Everybody signs everybody else, and they leave him out there hanging on a lurch there, you know? And he couldn't find anybody to give him a big contract. So the Celtics ended up giving him, you know, an exemption, a $5.9 million exemption. So he signs a 1-year prove-it type deal so he could try to get more money next year. What I want to know is, what kind of an asshole is Dennis Schroeder? Right? Because nobody was interested in you. They weren't offering you a multi-year deal, and you were stupid enough to turn down the Lakers deal. So what were you expecting? 4-year, $84 million deal. You turned down $21 million a year, and now you end up with 5.9. What if he has a knee injury this year? I mean, talk about the stupid department. Plus, you're in Los Angeles. You sign with the Lakers 4 years, 84. You're playing with LeBron. You're going to be obviously showcased. You got local advertisers there that are going to be interested in a lot of Laker players, and you, of course. So I'm wondering, what kind of guy is this in the locker room? What kind of reputation does he have as a teammate? Because it's so weird that, okay, so you turn down 4-year 84. He's a pretty decent player. He's not like he's a bad player. And then you have to settle for the 1-year deal? How many people did you scare away? It's kind of weird, man. But think about this. You're sitting there. I don't know if he's married or not, but any of us that are married, you know, the wife is going to come up to you and say, so you're making $5.9 million and you turned down $84 million, where we could have had a much better life. We could have taken care of ourselves down the line. You have no idea what's going to happen next year, and you're making 5.9. And remember, you lose 40% of that kind of money to the government. You get taxed heavy. By the way, and because the dude that was voted in office, you're going to get taxed heavier. Okay. So, I mean, you think about this, and I don't know if he's married, but I know that if he's married, that conversation happened with his wife, and because the wife, you know, she's free to tell you whatever the hell she wants. And it's like, really? You turned down $84 million and now you're making 5.9? I hope you're proud of yourself, you know, something like that. From $84 million to 5.9 guaranteed. That's wow. Because see, you could blow out your knee, you're still getting $84 million. It's guaranteed. This isn't the NFL. You blow out your knee next year, you may have to settle for another exemption deal. Wow. I mean, that is absolutely from the dumbass department. Okay? If I've ever seen the dumbass department, that's the dumbass department right there. Livardo says, it was probably that bot from earlier giving you the thumbs down. So bots even hit the thumbs down? I like it. I like it. Super V says, Big O, do you think we can play Name That Song through the text and live chat? Oh, you're talking about what's it called? Something rewind. Yes. No, we can't actually. I can't play. Notice how I don't play any music. Why? Because YouTube, bro, right away will block your ass. You play a few notes and you're done on YouTube. And you're breaking copyrights and all that stuff, infringement, and I don't need that. So I don't need to raise any stink with YouTube on that. I don't need to piss off any bands or anything like that. So unfortunately, we can't play what's it called? The Something Rewind. I forgot what it was called now. Now I'm brain for anybody want to help me with the name of that show? I mean, that name of that segment. What was it called? Something Rewind. Damn. It's not called Music Rewind. I forgot what the hell I would call it. But no, unfortunately, I can't, Super B. The thumb was from Albert Wilson since you want him to get traded, Big O. LOL. Wilson's a little pissed off. He took him. Well, he's not practicing. You're right. If you're not practicing, you watch the show. I'm with you. There you go. That makes a lot of sense. Dude was probably trying for $6 million more on his contract and ended up with $6 million only. Q Susie says, "Can you sing?" No. I try, but I can't. Okay? So when you hear me, you'll know it's not singing. But in my eyes, I think I'm singing, right? Isai says, "Big O, what are your thoughts on Joe Burrow's struggles in camp, and was it fair for the media to quickly write him off?" No. No, not at all. I don't write any quarterback off early, man. Unless the quarterback was so raw also in school and he didn't show you much, then maybe I can understand not believing in him. But Joe Burrow showed you a lot in college, and Tua showed you a lot in college. So I'm going to be extremely patient with those folks and give them some time. They were winners in other levels. Why can't they be winners here? And we have way too much of that, man, all over the media. And people want instant gratification. And if they don't get it, no, that's it. You suck. And that to me doesn't make any sense. I got to check for you guys to see if there's anything new coming out. Barry says no tweeting during Dolphins-Bears practice unless Bears change mind. FYI, don't expect Nance, whatever, to work national CBS Dolphins third preseason game. Dolphins not saying if game 2 or 3 will be dress rehearsal game. Bears game on CBS is on 4 locally. Goldstein and JT will be on the call, he says. So there you go, Barry, writing and saying that he can't tweet from the Dolphins practices. That sucks. Now we got to wait till after practice that they can tell us what the hell went on. That blows, dude. I wanted to get some tweets. I wanted people to actually start sending some videos out and things like that. That would have been cool. Former Kiss and Iron Maiden members, Triumph, Striper, Marty Friedman, and others to be inducted into the Metal Hall of Fame. Triumph, Striper, former Megadeth guitarist Marty Friedman, and legacy members of Kiss and Iron Maiden will be inducted into the Metal Hall of Fame September 12th at 3 p.m. Eastern Time via the world premiere live stream video. The live stream event will be hosted by Kathy Rankin, and it'll be featured at volume.com/Metal Hall of Fame. The Metal Hall of Fame live stream is being presented by Deco Entertainment and volume.com. It includes Kiss, Don McGee, the manager, Bill LaCoin, the manager, Bruce Kulick, and Eric Carr are all going in to the Metal Hall of Fame. For Triumph, obviously the 3 guys, Gil Moore, Mike Levine, and the great Rick Emmett. Although I will say this, Gil Moore, the drummer, for me, Young Enough to Cry is my favorite Triumph song. And the drummer sings that, Gil Moore, and I think he does an excellent job. Man, there has been such a bitter war between Moore, Levine, and Emmett, man. And Emmett won't ever, rejoin with them again. I saw Triumph a couple times. I love Triumph. I think they're a terrific band. Iron Maiden, Paul Di'Anno, Blaze Bayley. He doesn't deserve to be there. That's disgusting. And then the creator of Eddie, Derek Riggs. Creator of We Are Not Worthy, the guy created Eddie. I mean, that has been a marketing genius move, but Blaze Bayley does not deserve to be in any Hall of Fame whatsoever. Marty Friedman is in for Megadeth, and Mark Weiss, a photographer, and Striper also. Okay, so there you go. Kiss, Paul Stanley will be the presenter. Dee Snider will be a presenter. That's pretty good. Nigel Glockler will be there, the guitarist for Saxon. He's terrific. Tim Ripper Owens, Priest and Iced Earth. Who else is going to be there? Todd Latore, the new singer for Queensryche that took over for God. Now I'm forgetting the original name for Queensryche now, the singer. God, remembering everything is a pain in the ass. And I don't know how I'm even forgetting his name. Somebody help me out with the lead singer from Queensryche. I don't know why I'm forgetting it. But anyway, who else is there? Eric Singer from Kiss will be there. Lisa Lane Kulik will be there. Jeff Scott Soto will be there from Sons of Apollo. Chris Jericho is going to be there from Fozzy. They're going to be Jeff Tate. Thank you, Eddie. Jeff Tate. So that's pretty cool. There you go. So for those of you that like to watch that stuff, if you're a metalhead like I am, I saw that come across the wire. Figured I'd tell you guys about it. I do have a couple of music notes that I can share with you all, if you don't mind. Tesla, and I love Tesla. They have canceled their tour dates to multiple places because of COVID-19 now. Attention fans, Tesla is postponing their next few engagements due to the members of the touring party contracting COVID, said the group on social media. The band looks forward to returning to the road soon. And let me tell you something. This is a problem that is now going to happen a lot. And I think we're because of everybody not vaccinating, and we've got a large portion of our country, like, there's 100 million people that are still not vaccinated or they're anti-vaxxers or whatever, outside of a medical reason, there's no reason for you not to get the vaccine. This is going to be the problem. Leonard Skinner, they've postponed a few of their upcoming concert dates. Ricky Medlock, longtime guitarist, Blackfoot creator, all of that, tested positive for COVID-19. It affects shows in August 9th in Canton, Ohio, the 10th in Jackson County Fair in Jackson, Mississippi, in Atlanta, Georgia on the 13th, and at Coleman, Alabama on the 14th. Due to unforeseen circumstances, Skinner is unable to perform the next 4 shows. So hopefully Medlock will recover quickly. It sounds like he's vaccinated if they're going to return that quickly for that. And Stevie Nicks now has also canceled her 2021 tour. Nicks has canceled all of her tour plans for 2021. She had 5 solo shows planned. This is what she says. These are challenging times with challenging decisions that have to be made. I want everybody to be safe, healthy, and rising COVID cases should be a concern to all of us. While I'm vaccinated, at my age, I'm still being extremely cautious, and for that reason, have decided to skip the 5 performances I had planned for 2021. Because singing and performing have been my whole life, my primary goal is to keep healthy so I can continue singing for the next decade or longer. I'm devastated, and I know fans are disappointed, but we look forward to a brighter 2022. Because of all of this and the people that are anti-vaxxers, they're setting us all back, and we're going to end up with going back to masking. We're going to end up going back to all the stuff that we had to put up for over a year. That's what's going to end up happening because of the anti-vaxxers. Now, kudos to the Eagles. After everything that I've told you, all right, here's where I'm going to give the Eagles a lot of love during this time, and I hope that this is the new trend that is coming. The Eagles have announced a new concert on November 5th in Seattle. In addition to their 2021 Hotel California tour, attendees will be required to provide proof they are fully vaccinated before being admitted to the venue. This is a decision taken by the band, supported by Climate Pledge Arena team, to ensure they, along with fans and staff, feel safe, reads the statement on the arena's website. All documented documentation needs to be directly from the healthcare provider they performed the vaccination, and guests must display proof on their smartphone or present physical copy. The Eagle Show is currently the only concert scheduled at Climate Pledge Arena to require vaccines for guests. I'm hoping that that's the trend that happens. And I'll tell you why. I was at the Green Day concert at the stadium, at Hard Rock Stadium the other day. I was double masked, and I was paranoid. And I'm vaccinated. I'm fully vaccinated and everything. But again, just because you're vaccinated doesn't mean you can't catch it. You'll probably be fine, and you'll go get through it, and you probably won't be hospitalized, and you're sure not going to die. All those kind of things are way better than being unvaccinated. I get all of that. But you still could get it. Still could suffer a little bit of a setback. Maybe it keeps me off the air for a week. Who knows? But also, I could pass it on to somebody else, somebody that hasn't vaccinated. And then that would make me feel like absolute crap. Okay? Even though it's not my responsibility, if you're not vaccinated, you're kind of putting yourself at risk. I still don't want to be a part. And I don't want to be the person that gets you sick. God forbid, what happens to you? You know what I mean? So it's interesting how a lot of the storylines of 2020 are rearing their ugly heads again. And we're headed in that direction, man. Felix Soto says, hell no. Keep Albert Wilson. Trade Grant. All right. And as I'll say, then who becomes one of the three best returners in the NFL? Who? So you want to put Jalen Waddle back there, Felix? You know, he's limping a little bit, babe. You know what I'm saying? So you want to make him a full-time receiver and a full-time returner? Is that what you want to do? Because Albert Wilson doesn't return. So you're going to get rid of one of the three best returners in the NFL. Okay. Call of Duty 1 says that sucks for those who are unable to get vaccinated because of health concerns. Yeah, it does. It does. But okay, so what's better? Not being in a room with other people that have COVID and you're unvaccinated and you have health issues? Or is it better that you're home away from people until we can get through this so you can live to have a life? Which one do you want to do, Call of Duty? The people that have health issues and can't get vaccinated, should they actually be in crowds? I guess it's really not that bad, Call of Duty. You're actually doing somebody a favor, so they're not irresponsible on their own. Right? Because if you're unvaccinated and you have health issues because you can't get vaccinated, I think the last thing you want to do is be in crowds. I think the last thing you want to do is be inside an arena with 15 or 20,000 people that some may be unvaccinated. And then because you're unvaccinated, you're also, not only are you at risk, you're going to put other people at risk. It's kind of a, it's kind of a catch-22. You're on point with this vaccination nonsense. Exactly. There you go. Thank you, sir. I'm usually never on point, but thank you for telling me. Big O, do you think if we knew how healthy and good Wilson was going to be, we would draft offensive tackle Sewell? Jose, first of all, that's a hypothetical, so it really makes no sense to even talk about this because we don't play that game. Nobody has a crystal ball and can't tell. Plus, when is Albert Wilson ever considered a frontline receiver? I mean, you're keeping Wilson, but you're keeping him to be your fourth receiver, third receiver at best, fifth receiver. He's not a one or a two. Albert Wilson's never proven to be a one or two at any level. So why would you even think about that? Jalen Waddle is a legit one or two. A legit speed demon that can just erase a game and the result by just boom, it's over. One play, touchdown. No, you can't play that game, bro. You don't know what's going to happen. You only know what is happening right now. That's it. And what you know is that, and by the way, how do you know if things don't get worse, Albert Wilson doesn't opt out again? Ever thought about that one? Right? I mean, he opted out last year. Who's to say he doesn't opt out again? We don't know. Can't tell. It's not getting better right now. Cases are going up and more people are dying every single day. It's not like we're trending in a good direction. We're trending in a terrible direction. We're trending because of the unvaccinated. We're going to be back to full-time masks and all that stuff. And limitations to going out, limitations in groups. All those things are going to come back again if this continues. So how do you know Albert Wilson's not going to say, I got to opt out of this now again? Never know. My friend had GBS at 15 years old. She can't get vaccinated, no other health issues. Now she can live a normal life. Wow. Oh, she can't live a normal life. Yeah, no, of course. Well, of course, when you've got those immune issues or things like that, you're at risk all the time. Forget about COVID. You don't even want to be around people that have a cold, man. No, I get you. I get you. That's sad. That's sad. But listen, we don't want to put anybody at risk. I mean, that's kind of the idea. That's why we wear a mask, to protect others. That's kind of what the idea is. People don't understand. Some people don't understand that. They think something about their rights or something. It's like silliest thing in the world. Oh, they're taking away my rights. Who's taking away your rights, dude? It's a pandemic. We're trying to save lives. Like, you don't want to do your part for saving lives? Okay, that's fine. But you're going to contribute to the problem. You're not going to be part of the solution. It's nothing about rights. When we're trying to eliminate polio, it's not about rights. When we're trying to eliminate the measles, it's not about rights. It's about a pandemic. And we've got to all get together as a world so we can defeat this thing. But this is where we're headed now. We're headed back to that area. Okay. Hey, one more thing from the absolute scumbag department. You guys know who Future is. Remember, he was married with Ciara, and he actually has a baby with one of his many baby mamas. He has like 7 or 8 different baby mamas, right? And let me see, did I do it right? Are you guys seeing this now? Are you guys seeing this? Or am I in the mix here? I think I am, right? Yes, there I am. There I am. All right, you're watching this, right? So Future, let me put it this way right here. So Future has an 8-year-old kid with this specific baby mama, right? And the specific baby mama, so he's going back and forth on text with his child. And mind you, this guy's got like 77 kids with like 77 different women and all that kind of stuff. And we know Future's a loser. All right. I don't care what you think about his music. I don't give a rat's ass about that. But this guy's a loser. And he'll be broke as hell when it's all said and done, because you can't have this many women and this many kids and you got to pay child support. They all end up broke. Just like Lamar Odom. He made a boatload of money, but when you have all kinds of kids with all kinds of women, listen, if you were banging all kinds of Chloes that have their own money, then maybe you can do it. But usually they're banging these women that are after them anyways for the money. And Future's no different, which I never understand any of these guys that have like 67 kids with 67 different baby mamas. It's like, don't you ever wear a rubber, dude? So in a discussion with the kid, he told this kid, hey, tell your mom to buy you clothes. Your mom is a hoe. As you can see there. So she said, so obviously the baby mama put it out And the folks at Black Sports Online ended up putting it out there. I mean, think about that. Your mother is a hoe. I mean, that's sad, dude. That's what's raising other kids. That's the problem with our society. That losers like Future are allowed to have kids. Losers like Future are the guys that are influencing kids into probably. Now, how do you think he's going to treat women now? Right? But I mean, this is why when you see, what's it called? When you see Russell Wilson with Ciara, it's like, Ciara's like, wow, night and day. I'm actually married to a human being, not some freaking loser. And this is the guy that was banging, Pippen's ex-wife, who Larsa, who gets around everywhere. Larsa was flying Future around in Pippen's plane. Now, Larsa and Future deserve each other. Those two are perfect right there. Because when we talk about dog shit, those two are dog shit right there. Like, I got a couple dogs at home, and, you got to clean up after them at times. That's Future and Larsa. They're like, turds that I have lying around that we got to scoop up. Wow. Q Susie says, R. Kelly's trial starting this week. Another one. Yeah, hide your 15-year-olds. List Future as dad. Yeah, so sad. I know, isn't it? That's your dad. I mean, really, think about that. That's your dad? Well, you've got like no shot if that's your dad. Big O, I must be missing something. But besides 2 or 3 games, what impact has Grant been to us? The Rams game, we were dominating. Jose, bro. He has the most touchdowns as a special teamer in Dolphin history. And it's not just touchdowns, it's field positions and returning. He's one of the 3 best returners. Jose, if I got to explain this to you, bro, then it shows, you're the guy that invests like in crypto or in stocks or whatever, and you never did any homework. You never looked up anything. And then when you lose your money, you're like, hey, why did I lose my, but that guy said it. Well, yeah, but you never actually followed up and looked up on your own. So you actually don't, you actually don't look at the facts. I mean, seriously, if I've got to explain to you how good that guy is as a returner, the problem is you, along with plenty of other Dolphin fans, you got this thing burned in your mind about wide receiver. Yeah, he hasn't been a great wide receiver. He hasn't been a good wide receiver. He's dropped balls. But he's not supposed to be that much of a wide receiver. He should be more of a decoy. He should only be used 2 or 3 times, 4 times a game, and maybe thrown to once or twice. That's it. He's not supposed to be a frontline receiver. He's supposed to be your number 1 returner, because that's what he is. And again, Jose, I'll explain, because I'm sure the next thing is you're going to tell me, well, if he just returns, then how can you keep a roster spot for him? And then we'll go into Brian Mitchell, and we'll go into Fulton Walker, and we'll start talking about all the returners like Mel Gray and guys like that sucked, like Devin Hester, like people that sucked at other positions but were great as returners. You didn't get Brian Mitchell on your team because you wanted him as a running back. You got Brian Mitchell on your team because he was a great returner. It's what it is. But the Dolphins have had injuries the last couple of years. They've been forced to use him more than he should be out there because he doesn't have a big body. So he shouldn't be taking that kind of a beating because he's going to wear down. And then if you wear down, then that probably hurts your concentration, and then that hurts your catching. But he doesn't fumble during returns. I mean, I've had to repeat this over and over and over again. It's the silliest thing in the world. This negativity with Jakeem Grant is so unrealistic. It just baffles me. It just does. He is one of the ultimate weapons on special teams in the NFL. not the Dolphins, the NFL, not the AFC East, not the AFC, the NFL. One of the elite weapons in the NFL on special teams. You don't just get rid of that, bro. People don't do that. And, I've had Albert Wilson can do it. Well, he's never done it, so you can't say that. Well, Jalen Waddle will do it. Well, he hasn't done it at this level. And you're going to also put a guy with a foot injury, full-time receiver and full-time returner? Not smart. What's next? Because I've heard some of the young guys, they can be returners. Well, yeah, but they've never proven that they can do what Jakeem can do. There are no answers. Big O, I said I must be missing something. No, Jose, you're not missing something. You're missing everything. Okay? Not something. You're missing everything. But you're not alone, my brother. There's a lot of you out there that are not my man Omar Kelly. I love him to death. I don't always agree with Omar, and that's the beauty of sports. We don't always have to agree. But he's also one of, like you, that he's dying to get rid of Jakeem Grant. I think that's an enormous mistake. You just don't get rid of great returners. And we've talked about this also, the way the rules are set up now, that it's way harder to return, and yet he still does it, he's even more valuable now. I'm just telling you, man, a lot of you have got to slow down on the kid. And he's having a great camp actually now as a receiver. He doesn't have jack to prove as a returner, but actually he's catching everything in sight. Let's see, you know what? Let's see if it translates now to the Bears practices, to the preseason games. That'll be good. That'll be cool. The kid's mother is a long-handled garden tool. What does that mean, Pat Nashville? I don't get that. Sounds funny, but I have no idea what the hell you said there. Future set up a nice future for those young ladies. LOL, what an idiot. Yeah, I know. That deserves, you know what? You are correct, Ray. You are correct. Our man Jose, let's give him the proper love on the show.
Blind ass fan alert. Look out, everyone. We've got a blind ass fan coming through.
You are correct, sir. Thank you. That's a good reminder on your part, Ray. Jose, just for you. There we go. Only time we've played it today so far. Ian says, I feel from what you're saying in regard to Jakeem, but I want him flushed. You and Jose, Omar, you're not alone, man. You're not alone. You're not alone. I completely disagree with all of you, but you're not alone. But, over the years, I've seen what the value is of having a good returner, and those things are precious. I agree. Waddle should not be a punt returner, just be a weapon. Grant should go nowhere. Tommy and Hialeah. Well, it's not only that, it's just also Jalen's not 100%. Well, I mean, we see it, right? So what are you going to do? Put more load of work on him? That makes no sense. Kid's a rookie. Let him break in first as a receiver and grow. They can keep Grant. I agree. I just think the vast majority don't want to see him on the field. I'm good with that. I have no problem with that, dude. None whatsoever. What, you think I want Brian Mitchell carrying the ball? Do you want Devin Hester as a wide receiver? No, dude. That's the history of the NFL. Mel Gray. This happens all the time. There's very few guys that actually become, that they're good as a returner and then they're, awesome at another, like the Deion Sanders of the world. That stuff is rare, bro. Now, there are a couple of those elite players that they will occasionally put him back on, like Tim Brown. Tim Brown did it early in his career and then stopped, and then they would use him occasionally later on in his career. Not all the time because they didn't want to wear him out, but things like that every once in a while, that there are some of those stars that, like Tyreek Hill, like they won't use them all the time, right? Because they've got a couple of other guys, but if they need a really important return, then they'll put Tyreek Hill back there to help out. And I don't mind to use Jalen Waddle occasionally along. And I've said this on kickoffs. I would have Jalen Waddle on one side and Jakeem on the other so you can't corner kick anybody. So if you try to coffin kick them and lock them all in, now you've got two Blazers. And you can do reverses and things like that with those kind of guys. You can do all kinds of things, and you put the fear in that special teams unit. It's like, holy crap, where do we kick it to? We got nowhere to go. They don't have to run to adjust. No, they're on each side. So if we try to corner kick it, they're going to be ready for it and ready to return it strong. So it's very important. What's this name? This is a new one, I think. Satya. I want to say Satya David Faifo, I guess. Big O, I love your show. You tell it like it is. I'm from the same town in Hawaii that Tua is from, Ua Beach, Hawaii. You are extremely correct. Tua will ball out this year and beyond. Aloha. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. I am not worried one bit about Tua. None. Oh, it's your last pick in music kickball. You have to pick between Carl Lewis and Yoko Ono for lead singer. Wow. Damn, dude. Holy crap. I'm going to go with Carl Lewis. Okay? Because at least Carl Lewis was a great track star. I'm still not exactly sure if Yoko Ono is great at anything. Okay? Because the plastic whatever band, she sucks. I'm sorry. I mean, that's just terrible. At least with, at least when I'm looking at Carl Lewis, I say, yeah, he sucks at singing. But dude, that guy was a hell of a track star. He was awesome. So I know Carl can't sing, can't throw out the first pitch. He throws like a girl. I get all of that. You know what? That's an insult to girls. I apologize to women all over the world for that comment. That's just a very 70s, 80s type of thing that we sexist men would say. That's just wrong. Okay? That's just wrong on my part. I completely apologize. Carl Lewis throws like a wimp. There we go. Because you might be a wimpy girl and you might be a wimpy guy. So there you go. Throws like a wimp. Like a Waldo. All right? What's the equivalent name for a woman that's a goofball? Because we say men goofballs are Waldos, right? So what is the equivalent name? Like we have a Ken and a Karen for the idiots out there in the world, right? What's the equivalent Waldo name for a woman? That's Carl Lewis. He's Waldo, or if it was a woman, then whatever, a goofball. Something like that. So I should never say it because there are plenty of women that can throw strikes. Okay? But Jenny Finch would not only throw strikes, she'd make me look like really stupid. You know what I'm saying? So saying, oh, you throw like a girl, and then here's Jenny Finch throwing 90 miles an hour in a softball, and you're like looking like an idiot. That's wrong. That's wrong on my part. I apologize. When you're wrong, and you gotta come up with it. So I'll take Carl Lewis because he sings and throws the ball like a goofball. All right, there you go. I understand, but the problem is he can't catch, buddy. And if mine, he thinks he can be another Hill. Yeah, I don't think he's ever said he can be another Hill. You're trying to make him another Hill. He's half the size of Tyreek Hill. That's the other thing that people like. Wait a minute. Why isn't he like? Well, he's not as big as Tyreek Hill. Go look at the measurements. They're not even comparable, dude. Not even close. One guy's an Oompa Loompa. The other guy's like a normal size receiver. Let's see. Perry can be the kick returner. Oh, yeah? Where? What's he proven at the NFL level? I love how Malcolm Perry can do it. Yeah, what's he done in the NFL? I'm sorry, I forgot. And Alex, you make it sound like he can be one of the 3 best returners in the NFL? Because that's what you're doing when you're getting rid of Jakeem Grant. Yoko Ono was just screaming her songs. She's terrible, dude. There was no talent, no skill there whatsoever. Seriously. I mean, the biggest talent Yoko Ono ever had, she married John Lennon. Big on my lunch break and spaghetti with empanadas and on to Cincinnati. Love it. Eddie Lepp says, as a wimp, I'm insulted. Yoko Ono broke up the Beatles. Well, there you go. The Plastic Ono Band. That's it. That's that garbage. That's it. And Jenny Finch is hot. Yoko Ono, not so much. No, you're right about that. Jenny Finch was a good-looking woman, man. Good-looking woman. I haven't seen her lately. How does she look? She's so good-looking? Daniel Hunt? Blonde? Instead? No, I'm not going to do that because we have Jenny Finch is blonde. She's a badass. A buddy of mine thinks we should use him as a hill. Oh, I was kidding. It's just bad. Big O, how many receivers can the Dolphins carry on the roster again? I think they're going to go 6 or 7, my man. I think 6 is the number, but maybe there's an outside chance they go to 7. Something like that. But I think it'll be around 6, possibly 7. One of those two. It won't be 5. That's for sure. I can tell you that. Okay. I was looking at something. I was going, man, what do we have going on there? Let's see. What else do we have? Oh, in your opinion, who's the greatest singer of all time? Are we talking male or female? Right? I'm going to go Freddie Krueger, male. Female. God, it's really hard, dude. Because I can go Whitney Houston. I can go Ann Wilson. Barbara Streisand. Oh, my God. It's really hard on the women's side. Adele. Man. That's tough on the women's side. On the men's side, there's no argument, no discussion I'm having. I mean, you guys can have your own discussion and disagree with me if you want, but it's Freddie Mercury, and then there's nothing else. Okay? Like, as much as I love a ton of other singers that are great, great singers, there's Freddie Mercury, and there's no one else. That's just, that's the way I got to look at it. But female, God, I can come up with so many because there are so many. Like nobody ever talks about Carly Simon. Nobody talks enough about Linda Ronstadt. There are so many great female singers, and they're so comparable. To me, there's nobody that compares to Freddie, because Freddie can sing any kind of music, even classical opera-like music. There just aren't a lot of people that do that kind of stuff. Freddie is Freddie, bro. I'll never, ever, I don't think I'll ever see another singer better than Freddie Mercury ever in my life. Okay? And Queen's, I love Queen. I'm not telling you that because it's my favorite band. As anybody that knows, I love Queen, but they're not my favorite band, so I'm not being biased by any stretch. I think Freddie Mercury, by far, is the greatest singer I have ever seen, period, in music. Women, man, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. It really is. Enrico Palazzo. Are you going with like straight ass opera? Is that what that is? But can he do rock and roll? See? Right? Is Enrico Palazzo or Payaso? Because there's 2 L's there, right? Payaso. Is that opera, Eddie? Because I'm not sure. I don't follow opera, bro. I can't tell you that I follow opera. Oh, yeah. Ann Wilson, and I share her birthday, June 19th. Ann's a beast and radically went with Whitney. And I get it. I have no problem with that. Naked Gun. Oh, it's a joke. Oh, okay. I don't even remember that anymore. It's funny because now that you mentioned that, that's funny that you mentioned that, Eddie. 2 nights ago, I was watching YouTube, the regular YouTube, not TV. And I was watching a video, and then I walked away for a moment, and then it usually skips to another video, and it ended up skipping to Naked Gun 33.5. So I actually watched like the opening scene of it where they make fun of the untouchable scene and all that. But I don't, you know what? I was thinking about this because when I watched 33 and a half, and I believe that's the third version of that. I don't remember those movies much anymore. I told my wife, maybe I should watch those movies again because I haven't seen those movies in decades now. So I don't remember that Enrico Payaso thing. I don't remember it. My bad. I'm sorry. So I missed out on the joke. Freddie Mercury is a once-in-a-lifetime phenomenon and will never happen again. I agree with that. I totally agree with that. I don't think at least I haven't seen anybody like that. Miami Kid J, I love Michael Jackson. He is a great, great singer. He is not in Freddie Mercury's class. He's just not in Freddie Mercury's class. Because Freddie Mercury can sing Michael's stuff. I'm not sure Michael can sing rock or metal. And I'm sure he can't sing opera. Because his voice wasn't an opera-like voice. Eddie has got more registers than Walmart. That's the difference. You walk into Walmart and there's like 27 registers. Well, Freddie Mercury would have 18 Walmarts. I'm telling you, it's a different monster. We're talking about a guy that can sing whatever he wants. You know what I mean? I don't think Michael can sing in traditional opera-like fashion. Mercury can't. And Mercury can sing pop music like anybody else, and he can sing rock music and metal music. It's a voice like no other, man. I'm telling you. Now, on the female side, it's very difficult to find the equivalent of Freddie Mercury. You know, that woman that is just can sing anything. You know what I mean? Whitney is kind of, in my eyes, she's kind of there, you know, but I never really saw her rock out. So I'm not sure if her voice, but her range was so amazing that I would not be surprised if she could do it. But as great as Michael is, and I love Michael, he's not in Freddie's class. He's not. Now, as an entertainer and a performer and all that, he's superior to Freddie Mercury. Obviously, it's different. Two different types of things. Voice, range, forget it, bro. Do you know that Leslie Nielsen is buried in Fort Lauderdale off a Davie Boulevard and just north of US 1? Had no idea. Aretha Franklin for sure. Yeah, Aretha's. Wow. That's a pretty good one right there, dude. That's a pretty good one, Pat. I like that one. I like that one a lot. Janis Joplin. Oh, wow. Janis was so amazing. So amazing. I'm telling you, it's hard for me to kind of settle on a woman. You know? Honey, if you're listening, I'm not talking about marriage. Okay. But it's really hard, man. But for a guy, forget it. There's Freddie, and I think if you go ask anybody else that's a male, they'll go, no, it's Freddie. Don't even put my name next to that guy's name. That's insulting him. I think most singers are like, no. I don't want to get in no competition with Freddie. I'm not going to win that competition. You know what I mean? Paul Rodgers is a great singer. Yes, he is. He's awesome. He's awesome. But he's not Freddie either. You know, as far as straight up heavy metal singers, it's Ronnie James Dio. I mean, you know, I'm partial to Bruce Dickinson, love Rob Halford, but, you know, I got to get, yeah. I got no problem giving it to Ronnie James Dio. I really don't. Man. And he was like 2 foot tall. It's amazing that a guy with probably lungs about this size, because he's about this tall, you know, he doesn't really reach even the top of my table here. Bless him, rest in peace. That voice, how he had that voice out of that body, it's crazy, dude. It's crazy. So yeah, I got you. Robert Plant, another great one, another great one. Yes, but he's not Freddie. Because See, Freddie can sing what Plant sings. Plant could never sing Freddie opera. I'm telling you, when it comes to range, I just, because you could pick an opera guy, but he can't most of them won't be able to rock out. Whereas Freddie can do it all. He can sing anything he wants. Very rare to find those kind of people. So I would probably go there. Bjork, I love Bjork. So Bjork is, although I got to say something. One of the things about Bjork that pisses me off, just like Natalie Merchant, I love Bjork more with the Sugar Cubes. Now, she had bigger hits as Bjork early on, the first two albums, Army of Me and her debut one with Human something. I forgot the name of it, which has the drums and that bass line, which are just, what a killer beat that thing is. But anyway, when she was with the Sugar Cubes, that band sound was way better than, she was limited with her own music. Like she kind of the rest of her records kind of sounded the same after that. It didn't have the same kind of creativity like the Sugar Cubes did. And Natalie Merchant the same way. While she had some stuff with Carnival and all that other stuff, and I enjoyed her solo stuff, but it was very mellow. And when she was with 10,000 Maniacs, her music had way more life and it sounded so much better. And the flip side is she was better with 10,000 Maniacs. The music was better with 10,000 Maniacs. Sugar Cubes, I would say the music overall was better, but Bjork had more success solo-wise than she did with the Sugar Cubes, where it was the reverse with Natalie Merchant. She never got close to what she did with the 10,000 Maniacs. That was awesome. Sometimes it's kind of weird how that happens at times. You know what I'm saying? Les Claypool. I don't go see Les Claypool for singing. I see him for this. That bass, baby. That bass. All right? It's like G Money in New Jack City. They came back for the bass. The bass. And that's what I go. When I go see Les Claypool, it's all about the bass. Because nobody plays the bass like that guy. You know what I'm saying? I don't really go see. He's a decent singer, but, Alanis Morissette. Ooh, Alex, that's a good one. I love Alanis, man. Jagged Little Pill for me is one of the great albums of all time. Where, we put in the top 200, 300, 400 albums, whatever. When we start to come up with that list, it's one of the great albums of all time. She had it going on in that album, man. Okay? She had it going on. Gwen Stefani has huge range. She's good. I like her. Smoking legs, by the way. Gwen Stefani may not be the greatest female singer of all time, but she may have some of the best legs for a female singer I have ever seen in all time. Amy Lee, yes. Amy Lee is fantastic. I like her. Evanescence is what you're saying, yes. Steve Perry, love Steve Perry. He's awesome. Still not Freddie. But he might be the one guy that might be able to do a little, not all the way all out opera like this guy, but yeah. Human Behavior. Thank you, Eddie. Boom, 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 boom. I love that song, dude. Human Behavior. Luther Vandross. Oh, yes. Yes. Love Luther. Love Luther. David Coverdale was good. I like David Coverdale. He can't sing that much anymore. When you go see Whitesnake now, and I know they're still. By the way, David Coverdale is one of the best follows on Twitter. He's funny on Twitter, I will say. The last time I saw him was the last time I will see him. I've seen Whitesnake a whole bunch of times. Love Whitesnake, but he can't sing anymore. He can't hold the high notes. He has a couple of backup singers that help him with harmonies and hype and the higher notes. You'll see them helping him, towards the end. So that's one thing that if you do go see Whitesnake, don't be disappointed. Alex, no. Joan Jett, no. She could sing her songs and all that, but she's She's nowhere in the list of great singers. Let me just put it that way. And I love Joan Jett. I've got plenty of her music. I love her music. She'll never be considered a great singer in my eyes. She's just a solid rock singer. That's all. Nothing more. Oh, could you have sworn you originally said no one compares to Freddy Krueger, Nightmare on Elm Street? You know what? Nobody does compare to Freddy Krueger, right? I mean, who else can bring a tongue right out of a phone and lick you? I mean, only Freddy Krueger can do that. You know, it's strong. I love Freddy Krueger. Nightmare on Elm Street. Yeah, man. I mean, Freddy is, he's a one and only. So I'm with you there. Freddy Krueger, that's the man right there. Claypool was definitely a joke. His voice is bad, but my favorite bassist. Oh, have you seen him live? He's awesome. I saw him at Red Rocks with Mastodon was opening up, which I didn't know much about Mastodon. That day I became a Mastodon fan. I've got some of their music now. Those guys are awesome, dude. They're heavy metal, but they can sing. They got great harmonies. And two of their guys look like the kind of guys that I want with me in an alley for a fight, because they got some badass looking dudes on Mastodon, but they can perform. But I saw Les. I'm going to see Les, by the way, in Orlando. When's he? I'm going to go see Primus up in Orlando. I'm going to drive up there. I don't know when it is. I don't have the date on me, but I have the tickets to go see Primus. And the part that sucks was that we were going to have damn it. Now I'm forgetting the band. There was a band that I'm dying to see was opening up, and I'm brain farting. And now they're not going to open up anymore, which I'm really disappointed, because I was actually looking forward to a Mother. Damn it. Something Mother. Rock band that's with Mother right now. Oh, damn it. They've got about 4 albums. I've got all 4 of them. Somebody help me out there, man. Love those guys that I'm now forgetting what it is. Hard to remember everything, bro. You know what I'm saying? Bill Withers, Donna Summers, amazing, both amazing. Not Mother Love Bone, although they're good. But Mother Love Bone is like a super group that was put together by a couple guys from bloodlines, actually, right, of other people. No, that's the one. No, Mother Love Bone is the one with the guitars with Joe Bonamassa. That's right. I'm sorry. And which is actually a really good band too. I was thinking of Bloodline, actually, is the one that I was thinking of. Damn, man, I can't now I can't remember the damn name. It's something with Mother. Oh well. It is what it is. What else do we have going on? Oh, you see Deshaun Watson. Now, I saw this, and it's kind of weird, this story, right? Because Deshaun Watson they're going to keep him out of the preseason game this week, right? Which is, I think, a really smart thing to do, to keep him out. But the problem is, they don't have no idea what they're going to do after this week. So the Texans, David Culley was in a press conference, and so was Nick Caserio, and they cleared it up during a radio appearance that quarterback Deshaun Watson won't play in the preseason opener. Excuse me, which makes a lot of sense. Culley faced similar questions during a press conference, and he said that Watson indeed won't play, but then Culley was asked a natural follow-up. Do you expect Watson to play any of the preseason? He said no comment. And so all of a sudden I started thinking, are you guys stupid or what? Why would you? First of all, he doesn't want to play for you, right? You need to trade him. Why would you play him? Right? Why, if you're trying to trade the guy, I'm not going to play Deshaun Watson at all. He's already said he doesn't want to play for you, right? You've got this embarrassing situation. You're going to trade him anyway. What's the mystery meat here? I don't get it. I don't understand this. What are we waiting for curtain number 2 or 3 to open up or something? Well, what's the deal? It makes no sense. Why would you even risk playing him? Why would you even leave it out there in the wind? I got to tell you something. I wouldn't even have him practicing. Tell him, Deshaun, we're not going to fine you, dude. You can come over, join us for meetings or whatever. We don't want you on the field. You got to be inside the building the entire time, away from everybody in the media. We appreciate you, but we can't have you. We can't handle this. We don't want to deal with the questions. We don't want our players and your teammates to have to deal with all this crap. That's what I would tell him. But I wouldn't even want him practicing. You know, he has an injury history. He's been injured a couple times. So why would you want him even practicing? Forget playing in a preseason game where he could actually get hit by somebody. Why would I even want him out? I saw him the other day practicing in training camp, and I said to myself, what happens if the guy blows out a knee? He cuts the wrong way and he just blows out a knee. What happens if he blows out an Achilles tendon? Which, ladies and gentlemen, it can happen, right? Happens to anybody in football. The silliest injuries have cost players an entire season. So if you want to get a boatload of picks, this is why the Houston Texans are an absolute joke. This is why these clowns get bamboozled by Chris Greer. They end up in this situation, and they don't know how to handle the situation. Deshaun Watson is an embarrassment right now for you. Deshaun Watson is a burden for you right now. Plus, Deshaun Watson is not your future. So since he's not your future, why do you want him taking reps from somebody else? It's not like Deshaun Watson has to prove to anybody anything. It's not like Albert Wilson. He's been out for a year. He had an injury the year prior to that. Okay, we need to showcase him now. So we get him out there. People are writing. They're buzzing about it. We get him out in the preseason. We're so deep. If everybody's healthy, then maybe we can move Wilson at the end of the preseason. But you got to showcase Wilson, that he's healthy, that he's back to form. That makes a lot of sense for the Miami Dolphins, right? Plus, you shaved his contract, so he's making less money. He's more tradable. But Deshaun Watson doesn't need to prove that he can play. We all know he can play quarterback. We also know he's a freaking moron that put himself in this position, calling all kinds of strangers to come rub his thing. No, like, really, dude? Did you not expect that this was going to, like, blow up in your face? You're Deshaun Watson. So if you're the Texans, his ass should never be on the field, should never be practicing, should not be in any meetings, should not be in any media gatherings. He should basically be MIA. And I'm not saying traded to the Dolphins. I'm saying missing in action. And when they ask him, he's not here. He's not part of the team right now. We're talking about the players that are here. Thank you. And it's over. And you tell him, hey, once we have a resolution with his cases, then we will move forward and we'll then address it at that time. And it's over. You're focused on football. You don't have to worry about the Deshaun Watson questions. He's not around to create it all. And the last thing you're going to do is play him in a preseason game. What kind of idiots are you? The guy's a top 5 quarterback. There's nothing else to talk about anymore. This is why the Houston Texans are the Houston Texans, because they do stupid-ass stuff like this. Really is amazing, I got to tell you. Hunter Long is on the sidelines of the Dolphin practice, walking around pretty good. No brace or sleeve or anything, Joe Shad reports. That's a little golf clap there for you. I like it. I like it. That's good. That's good, man. I like it. NFL Network has Bears Dolphins camp on live right now. FYI. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. You know what I should do? What I should do is probably set it to record, and then that way I can go back and watch it, because that's the geek I am. Thank you for giving me the heads up on that, because that is a beautiful thing. So I'll set it up here and watch it. You are a monster, sir. Thank you for bringing that to the table. Here it is, Inside Training Camp Live, baby. I like. Oh, they're showing me they're showing me the charges. Okay, they're showing me the charges. I don't want the charges, but here we go. We're gonna add it anyways. We have added it. I guess they're bouncing around a different training camp, so eventually they will show the Dolphins. I got you. All right, cool beans, as they say. Thank you. That is very kind. I appreciate you you passing on that info to me. I like it. Okay. There we go. Folks, don't forget to smash the hell out of that like button. It is incredibly important. And I told you I would only go 3 hours. Oh, Jay Gelfin came in with Bill Withers. Oh, dude, I love Bill Withers. What a voice. Not Freddie Mercury, but man, I love Bill Withers. He is so good. So phenomenal. We just lost him too. I don't think Bill Withers gets enough credit for how great he was, actually. Just to throw that out there. I know I lost like 8,000 of you out there that, Wolf Mother, Juan, thank you. Wolf Mother. Thank you. I love Wolf Mother. It's one of those young bands like them Crooked Vultures, which, by the way, is led by John Paul Jones from Led Zeppelin. That's his band, them Crooked Vultures. Love them too. But Wolf Mother, oh, I love Wolf Mother, man. Been a fan of Wolf Mother for a few years now, and I wanted to see them. They were opening up for Primus, and now they're not, which sucks, dude. Sucks, because it's been rescheduled. And so I guess they weren't part of this rescheduled part of the tour anymore, which is terrible. Selena, terrific voice. Rest in peace. Oh, can I get a birthday shout out to Prez Alaksav? Okay. Prez Alaksav, happy birthday. And I'm sorry if I butchered the name. I apologize. I'm used to it with a name like Alzigari, but yeah, I'm with you there. Happy birthday, my man. Hope you have many, many more. And let's see. Alex says Prince, phenomenal. Not in Freddie Mercury's class, but a great singer. There's no doubt about it. Maybe him and Bruce Springsteen are probably the most complete singers, musicians, lead men of all time, actually. And I say that because these two dudes can play all the instruments. They've written so many songs, so many hits for themselves and others. And obviously great lead men and great voices, two different kinds of voices. Bruce Springsteen doesn't get enough credit for what he does with his voice too. He's phenomenal. Again, not Freddie Mercury, but he's phenomenal. But Prince and Bruce, for me, are, they're different cats, bro. They're just different cats. They are monsters of monsters. Like there's like the great musicians, right? And then there's, those guys, those kind of guys that they're just at another freaking level, man. Love. I'm a huge Bruce guy, and I love Prince, man. Both those. I have all the music from both those guys. I have all their catalogs. Just switch the Chargers, says Pat in Nashville. All right. Well, I'm sure they'll go back. It's all good. All right. The good news is Hunter, I got to tell you that I'm happy about that. Kid made the trip. Kid's not wearing a brace, not wearing a sleeve. He's hanging around with his teammates on the sidelines. That's really, really good, man, because we were really concerned that was a serious knee injury and that he was maybe possibly done for the year. And hopefully it's just some kind of a sprain or hyperextension. Hey, look at Giannis. That beast, monster, giant, came back from a hyperextended knee to play, like a superstar that he is, which none of us really expected him to play like this after we saw that knee bent up the way it got bent up. We're like, oh, God, he's done. Forget done. He's going to continue playing at an incredibly high level. and the rebounds and everything. And like, he never let up on defense either, man. Never let up on the boards. And the other thing that I was so impressed with Giannis, you twist up your knee and the dude was fearless going into the paint, driving to the paint, jumping for rebounds. Fearless, dude. And you would figure that human nature, right, is like, oh, let me be a little protective of the knee or anything like that. That guy left everything behind. So impressed. Really. I know it sucks for our Heat because, they eliminated the Heat. But in the end, what the hell? The Heat they're not that team. They can't get it done. Not like that. All right. I think I am going to wrap it up almost here. I do. By the way, for those of you that follow a little crypto, you guys have seen Michaela Maroney, the not impressed girl, whatever. I don't know how she does it or whatever, but apparently she is going to have her own NFT, which is, of course, selling her signature look of not impressed and all that good stuff. And here's the amazing part. It's expected to fetch maybe even up to $1 million, this NFT. Now, the bidding will start at 15 Ethereum, which is around $47,000. And let me tell you, Michaela, God bless you. You are so smart. Instead of taking the money, you're going to take Ethereum in it instead. That is so smart. Because think about this, 47,000 of Ethereum right now. In a couple of years, that 47,000 will easily be 700, maybe $1 million. Because that's what it's going to grow over the next couple of years. That's how much Ethereum is going to blow up. So she is really, really smart. I haven't gotten myself into the NFTs. I got to be honest. I just don't trust it. I don't know enough about it. I don't know enough about what's really going to gain value in that sense. But I feel great about Cardano. Well, Cardano now is at 190. It's approaching $2. It's up 20%. Matic, Polygon, I'm a big fan of it. It's up 22% today at $1.42. Decentraland, Mana, I've been telling you about that for a while. It's now back up to 86 cents. It'll go way over $1 now. You'll see as it builds up. Raven coin is up 21%. For those of you that might be invested in a little Raven coin, I'm not the biggest Raven coin guy. It's an interesting concept, but I don't know of a long-term plan for it. Now, if you bought it in the dip, like any coin pretty much, you're smart because you were able to. I know that Raven coin fell down to like 6 cents, and it's up to like 20 cents now. And obviously you're going to 4x your money pretty much, for Raven coin. So things like that, that's smart if you did that. But man, things are absolutely soaring right now in the market. So if you bought the dip like we talked about over the last couple of months and you weren't frustrated and you stayed with it, you are now benefiting in a big time way from this bounce back, because this is absolutely a magical bounce back right now for crypto, man. Lou Rawls, you'll never find dun, 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 another love like mine. I love it. He's so good. So smooth, right? That was like a syrupy, smooth voice, Lou Rawls. Love Lou Rawls, man. He's so good. Giannis never took over the finals trip for granted. Left it all out there in case he never makes it back. Yeah. Yes, he did. Billy Joel, no. But I love him. Now, I wouldn't put him in the greatest singers of all time. Terrific voice in his early days. Phenomenal, dude. Phenomenal. Before she went crazy, I thought Shinehead O'Connor was a good singer. Yeah, Shinehead O'Connor definitely was. Speaking of Prince, Nothing Compares to You. Her biggest song, I think that was her biggest song, right? Because Emperor needs whatever. Emperor wears new clothes or needs new clothes. I don't think that was bigger than nothing. Than Nothing Compares to You. Nothing Compares to You was written by Prince. Okay, if you ever want to freak out, Google, like Prince wrote Manic Monday for the Bengals. Just Google Prince songs for other artists, songs Prince wrote for other artists. And when you see that list, but Bruce Springsteen, songs he wrote for other artists. And when you see that list, you're going to go, wow, I had no idea. I'm telling you. Like Pointer Sisters, Slow Hand. A lot of people don't know that's a Bruce Springsteen song. You know, so check it out. It'll freak you out when you see that. You're like, wow, Bruce wrote that song and wrote that song. Prince wrote that song and that song and that song. It's like, holy crap, these guys. Like, they had tons of hits on their own. And it's like songs are coming out of their pores all over the place. It's like, I've got too many. I can share. They were like the Oprahs of singers. Songs for you. Songs for you. Songs for you. You know, that's what those guys were. The Oprahs of writing lyrics for other bands. It's freaking amazing. It'll blow you away when you see those lists. Go check it out. Have some fun with that if you like it. William Shatner sings like an effing angel. I haven't heard his voice. I know he sings, but I haven't heard his voice. But I'm going to go out on a limb. Okay? I'm going to say the captain is nowhere near General, okay? The general of singing, General Mercury, all right? Captain, maybe he's good, but he's not General Mercury. I can't go with that. Can't go with that. Let's see. I was talking to a buddy who is a Houston Texans fan. He told me that Watson will be starting QB for the Miami Dolphins in 2022. No dice. No dice. No dice. Yeah, of course. Frank Sinatra is awesome. There's no doubt. No doubt. But see, Freddie can sing what Frank can. Frank could not sing what Freddie could do with Queen. See what I'm saying? Different. That's the thing about Freddie. Like I said, more registers than Walmart. That's all you need to know. Okay? There's nobody else like that guy. Nobody. And that's the beauty of Freddie Mercury. Bless you, man. Rest in peace, and thank you for everything you brought us, man, because you were phenomenal and you were gone way too long, way too soon. You could have written so much more music. Would have been awesome to see Freddie and Queen for another 10, 15 years producing music. Hell, they might still be around at this point, still writing stuff. And they were good because they were able to change as times were going on. So who knows? They probably would have had some more hits in the late 80s to the 90s. I would not have been surprised if that would have happened with them because they were so superior at what they did. That's the other thing about Queen, man. It wasn't just because he's a Hall of Famer. Everybody in that band, it was great. It was like a group of great musicians that came together for that band with the ultimate singer of all time. You know? So phenomenal group of talent, Queen. All right, we're out of here. We will see you all tomorrow. We thank Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. We thank Alan Poupart. We are planning a nice little show for you tomorrow. We'll have some fun. We will, of course, talk about everything that went on with the Miami Dolphins today in Chicago. Get ready for tomorrow, and we'll try to get some kind of a report from over there and get the latest from Chicago. We appreciate all of you out there for always keeping it locked in. As always, we will see you tomorrow, same time, same place, and GP Trap knows it. Same bat channel.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.